Welcome. If folks could please take their seats, we're going to go ahead and get started. I now call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Tuesday, May 24, 2022. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Solt.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Mr. Cross.
Present.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Zalatel.
Ms. Zalatel is excused.
Mr. Dunbar.
Mr. Dunbar is excused.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdia.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I would like to invite PAC 11 and Cubmaster Auto to present the colors.
Madam Chair. I just
Yes.
wanted to acknowledge that Ms. Price is here.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Color guard attention. Color guard advance. Color guard, prepare to post the colors. Color guard, post the colors. Place your hand over your heart. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ladies and gentlemen, you may take your seats.
Thank you, Scouts and Cubmaster Auto. Actually, if you would mind coming to the podium and perhaps you all could introduce yourselves.
My name is Joe Otto. I'm the Cub Master of Pack 11. Very proud position. And I'd like to introduce you to Colin. Would you like to say hi? What is it, Colin? Sorry, Colin. And this is his sister. Would you like to come up and say hi? And your name is?
Nora.
And this is?
Leo.
Leo. And this is?
Kane.
And?
Jensen.
Jensen. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. Mr. Solt, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. And I do want to note for the record, we are joined here tonight by the youth member, Ms. Price. Next are minutes of previous meetings. Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion, please?
Move to approve the regular meeting minutes of November 23rd, 2021, the regular meeting minutes of the December 7, 2021 meeting, the special meeting minutes of the December 10, 2021 meeting, and the special meeting of the December 14, 2021 meeting.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson, seeking unanimous consent. Is there any opposition to the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, the minutes for the regular meeting of November 23rd, 2021, the regular meeting of December 7, 2021, the special meeting of December 10, 2021, and the special meeting of December 14, 2021 are approved. Next, we have the mayor's report. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. I want to start with expressing my gratitude to everyone that responded to the fires this past weekend. We are very proud of the crews and very thankful for the support we were given by our partners who have participated in the response effort. Anchorage Fire Department, Anchorage Police Department, Alaskan DNR Division of Forestry, Gannett Glacier Fire Crew, Chugiak Volunteer Fire and Rescue, J-Bear Fire Department, Anchorage Office of Emergency Management, and the community members of the neighborhood and the citizens in the area who supported the crews, offered water, freely allowed access to properties, and stayed clear as crews and aircraft worked. This was an enormous team effort. Everyone involved was critical in the success, as this incident had a tremendous potential for community-wide impact. The municipality of Anchorage is currently experiencing a very high fire danger situation. We are very lucky to exist in a beautiful and amazing landscape, but our proximity to the wilderness that makes up our landscape brings risk of wildfire. And our fire department is working to be prepared for and respond to fires that may start or that threaten our residents. They have the support of partners from the surrounding area and agencies that will ensure a robust response to these incidents. With all the great training, equipment, plans, and relationships they have established, they cannot fully protect from the start of a wildfire. They can only respond. They need you to help us prevent these fires from starting. Help us by monitoring and following burn guidelines. We have placed a burn ban in the municipality to reduce the risk that a wildfire could start. This burn ban decision was not taken lightly, but it was necessary. We have also laid on the table today an ordinance that will help the municipality be able to enforce illegal fires that are causing damage throughout our city. Thank you all for your support and help in protecting our community. Thank you very much. Next Monday is Memorial Day, which is a somber and special day for millions of Americans who remember their loved ones that gave the ultimate sacrifice defending our country. As a retired member of the military, I know the sacrifices required of our armed forces and their families. This Memorial Day, I encourage Anchorage residents to come together and remember those who fought and died so that we could live and enjoy the freedoms our great country offers. The Anchorage Remembers Memorial Day ceremony will be held on Monday, May 30th, from 9:30 to 10:30 a.m. along Delaney Park Strip at west end of 9th Avenue. The ceremony will include patriotic music, spiritual words, distinguished speakers, and laying of the wreaths to honor the fallen. Please come if you can. Now to the issue of AO 2022-60. And finally, at the last Assembly meeting, Assemblymember Chris Constant introduced a shocking ordinance, that is AO 2022-60, that would give the Assembly vast power to impeach and remove a mayor. As evidenced by the outcry of residents to this ordinance, I firmly believe Mr. Constant has gone too far with his proposal. I believe in the separation of powers doctrine that underpins our Republican form of government. As the chief executive of this city, I have a duty and an obligation to defend the executive branch. This ordinance is a blatant attack on the office of the mayor. I intend to use every tool at my disposal to protect the integrity of the office and oppose Mr. Constant's overreaching and draconian ordinance. Removal of any elected official, especially when that removal is done by another branch of government, should be a last resort, a nuclear option under our system of government. We have elections, we have referendums, and we have recalls. All these options are preferred and are less divisive tools than impeaching and removing an elected official, which is what Mr. Constant's ordinance allows. Mr. Constant's ordinance will do nothing but divide our community further and give enormous power to the Assembly, enabling them to remove any mayor, not just me, but all future mayors for any reason the Assembly deems to be a breach of public trust. What if the majority of the Assembly was conservative and the mayor was something else? I'm certain that even the idea of an ordinance like this would be frowned upon in that circumstance. The Anchorage Daily News recent editorial titled, "The Wrong Way to Remove a Mayor," also spoke against this, saying, quote, "It shouldn't be the Assembly's call whether he or any mayor, for that matter, sees his term through," unquote. The editorial goes on to say, quote, "Vesting this massive power over a co-equal branch of government tilts the balance of power toward the Assembly to a level that is dangerous and would invite abuse." And quote, "The mayor's removal by the Assembly is not good governance," unquote. In the nearly 50 years since Anchorage became a unified government, our government has never needed an ordinance like this. No mayor should be subject to a coup by the Assembly that doesn't agree with him politically. I call on the people of Anchorage to oppose Anchorage Ordinance 2022-60 and to let Mr. Constant know that he has gone too far. It's clear this is a partisan and politically driven ordinance by a member of the Assembly seeking attention in a bid for Congress. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Folks, you need to stop clapping. There's one member in the queue, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Mr. Mayor. Recently, the Assembly passed unanimously a resolution that that tied the good faith effort to look at the Golden Lion as a treatment center to the allocation funding that was put forth to support the navigation center. That passed unanimously. Currently, the members of the facilitation process are actively discussing the Golden Lion as a potential option for treatment. Yet, last week, you spoke at a conditional use permit meeting and said emphatically that the Golden Lion would be sold and would not be used for treatment. And I would just like you to speak on that tonight and clearly give us what your intention for that building is and whether or not it is on the table as a potential treatment center for Anchorage.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia, through the chair. I respect the negotiated process that we've gone through, the hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of labor and negotiation that have gone into that. I respect that. But since this conversation came up, we have plenty of new information. That hotel of 88 rooms was intended by the Assembly to house 12 people. Since then, we've had multiple facilities that would do the exact same thing come online, to include one for the Salvation Army. With this new data that is available and these new resources that are available, the use of an 88-bed or 88-room hotel for 12 people would be financially irresponsible. But I do, as I said, I respect the negotiated process, the facilitated agreement process, and we will abide by that.
Madam Chair, can I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I guess I just would really appreciate clarity on whether or not the Golden Lion is an option or not for you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez-Verdia, through the chair. I guess I would have to answer that question with the question, Mr. Perez-Verdia, what would you have us do with that hotel? The ask, the design, was for that hotel to be used for 12 individuals who had special needs. That need is no longer there. Those rooms are being provided at a different site. So I'm trying to understand what would you have me do at that facility?
I would have you respect, as you said, the process that we're going through to determine the need. I don't believe that we fully understand that, and to assess whether the Golden Lion is appropriate to respond to that need or not. And once that has been determined, then make a decision about what the best use for that building is. But if you've already decided to sell it, and that's not on the table, then I don't believe that that is a good faith effort to consider that as part of this process. So that's what I'm trying to clarify is it on the table or not? Because that changes how we move forward. That's all I'm looking for, is for you, is it on the table or not?
Again, through the chair, Mr. Perez-Verdia, the analysis simply hasn't been completed yet. So we are incapable of making the decision that you're asking us to make. So again, I would ask, what would you prefer we do with that facility? How many people are you intending on putting in there? Actually, real numbers matter here, and we simply have to know. I'm certainly happy to abide by the facilitated process. I've said this now 3 times. But again, what would you have us do with the facility that no longer has the 12 people to put in it?
One final question, and then I'm done. So if the facilitated process, through their work, determines that that facility should be used in some form for treatment, will you agree to that?
Through the chair, Mr. Perez-Verdia, the assembly doesn't make that decision. And the
Agreed.
facilitated process in and of itself doesn't make therapeutic decisions on which facilities should be used. Actual experts in the field have to do that, and that simply hasn't been done yet.
Agreed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Rivera?
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate Mr. Perez-Verdia's line of questioning. I have a slightly separate line of questioning regarding the conditional use permit process and the community meeting. As was outlined in the media last week, there are some lingering concerns about whether the CUP community meeting that was held last Thursday in these chambers actually meets all of the various code requirements for a conditional use process community meeting. So in my conversations with the administration did agree to having a community meeting with the Campbell Park Community Council. So I would just like to hear that from you, Mr. Mayor, that the administration sort of on the record has agreed to hosting a community meeting with the Campbell Park Community Council, and that you will fulfill all of the various code requirements outlined for a CUP community meeting.
Mr. Rivera, through the chair, as the municipality and as the administration, we're the ones that enforce code enforcement, so most certainly we'll follow the code. As to the, say, the validity of the COP meeting we had here last week, I have to refer that to Dowell because they're the ones that organized that meeting, and we have a legal decision that satisfied that requirement, the public notice requirement for that. So we need to refer that to the group, Dowell, that we contracted with to make that public notice.
Thank you. So just a quick follow-up, Madam Chair. So I think it would behoove the administration if the Assembly could see that legal determination, because I think there might be two different legal determinations right now that say two very different things. And then so if there's an opportunity to work together on that, I think that would be great. And then second is, I didn't hear you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's really important that we do make that commitment with the Campbell Park Community Council that we will have a community meeting with them, because they have been asking, I believe, since June of last year to have a meeting, and so far that has been lacking. Thank you.
Through the chair, Chief of Staff Alexis Johnson. So Thursday is our Abbott Loop Community Council, and then I just confirmed with Andrew Gray, I believe he's secretary for Campbell Park. That is for June 16th. So we are scheduled with them.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Back to the previous question, Mr. Mayor. I've never heard the number 12 for the Golden Lion treatment facility that the Assembly funded. In fact, it was closer to 100. So I would love if you could provide for the Assembly the basis for where that number came from so we can get to the facts. Because the facts, if you go back, it's an actual 100 units almost when you had some double beds and the full capacity. So that number is mystically coming from somewhere.
Madam Chair, may I respond? I'll have Chief of Staff Alexis Johnson respond to that as she's been in the facilitated process. Thank you.
Through the chair to Mr. Constant. During the facilitated work group, I believe it was last Thursday, it was discussed that there was a 12-bed gap. That number came from DHHS's website. That website has since been taken down, but we have notes from the facilitated work group that do say that there is a gap in 12 beds. So with the coming online of the Salvation Army and then the 12 beds at Clitheroe, and I believe there's another 12 that just came online, it seemed that that gap was met. Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you, and I'm very interested to see how that plays in the context of the consent decree for the purchase of that building through the ML&P transaction, because something's not adding up, but I look forward to getting to the facts.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I'll go back to Mr. Perez-Verdia, and then I'd like us to move on. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. Just a clarification that the gap the number 12 came from a very specific type of treatment, which was the 3.3 treatment, and my understanding was that the original vision for that facility was to serve people in more than one way. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Next is the Assembly Chair's report. Welcome, and thank you all for being here tonight, whether you are joining us for this meeting in person or online. And a special thank you to Cub Scout Pack 11 for the presentation of colors tonight. I want to note the mayor raised the issue of AO 2022-60, which addresses the charter directive to add code for removal of elected officials. We will not be discussing that on the dais, as that is an item on the agenda for public hearing tonight. I also want to express heartfelt gratitude to the Anchorage Fire Department for their response to the fire on the southeast Anchorage hillside on Sunday. What a scary experience to see that plume of black smoke rise from the hillside. Thank you, AFD personnel. Thanks also. Thanks also to the administration and Ms. Demboski for her late night text updates. I very much appreciate it. And also to those who participated in the interagency response. It was certainly a relief that the fire was quickly brought under control, and while someone's home was lost, thankfully no one was injured as firefighters rescued an individual from the structure. We all know that the outcome could have easily been much worse, and incidents like this fire really highlight the critical importance of having such highly trained and committed first responders in our community. It also highlights the need for ongoing prevention as well as response training. And I want to note that the Rabbit Creek Community Council and the Hillside Community Council and the Halo Resilience Firewise Community Group has been working with the AFD on prevention efforts and also training for these scenarios for years, and that they had activated a phone tree and began doing early evacuations for some folks who are vulnerable in the surrounding areas. Again, thanks to all those who responded, especially those who put themselves in harm's way to keep others safe.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor. This is unorthodox, but go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing I didn't get into my report was this, and it's really frustrating, and the public needs to know about it. During the firefighting, someone was flying a drone around and I'm sorry I didn't mention this in my report. That's really frustrating because we had a helicopter coming in with a bucket drop of water, and it had to be waved off, and that delayed the first, delayed that for 10 minutes. There are rules for operating drones, and for the public, we just ask that you abide by those rules, because you put whoever did that, put that home in danger, put people in danger, and frankly, the entire hillside at that point with the winds as they were. So thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do ask members to please wait until a report is finished to raise a point of order. Thank you. I do want to note that I ask folks in the audience to please refrain from shouting and clapping. We will be removing people from the chambers if you do not comply with the rules. It is my job as chair to ensure that folks understand decorum, including the members here. Regarding the Golden Lion, I appreciate the mayor's comments. However, I would like some clarification as well as to whether or not it's still on the table. As chair, I'm committed to supporting the facilitated process, and that's the group comprised of members of the administration and the assembly who have been working together to implement solutions for homelessness. However, I want to note that it was a slim majority of the assembly that voted to move forward with funding construction of the Emergency Shelter and Navigation Center. I encourage the administration to view Assembly's support of this project as tenuous and contingent on further development of a viable construction and operations plan, including clarification about the Golden Lion. Given the high level of community interest in this project, I ask that the administration notify the Assembly when community meetings are scheduled for this project. A quick update on round 2 of the American Recovery Plan Act funds, that's ARPA. For the past few months, the Assembly has been holding work sessions to review how the first tranche of ARPA funds were used by recipients. We followed this series of work sessions with work sessions on April 29 and May 13, where the Assembly worked on the process for distributing the second tranche of ARPA funds, which are expected to be released soon. Community members were invited to submit project funding proposals to the Assembly. The deadline for submitting those proposals was May 20, and the Assembly will start reviewing proposals at a work session this Thursday, May 26, starting at 8:15 a.m., scheduled to go to 2:15 p.m. in room 155 of City Hall. Also want to note that on Friday, the Assembly held a work session on federal infrastructure grant opportunities. In the next several years, billions of dollars will go into infrastructure projects across the country to repair aging systems and build innovative new projects. There is money for ports, water systems, electric fleet vehicles, energy efficiency upgrades, broadband connectivity, and more. Most of the grants are competitive, and Anchorage will be up against communities across the country. I want to reiterate Assembly leadership's support to the mayor and administration to make sure the municipality has the resources to apply for and win grants, whether that means hiring grant writers, clearing regulatory hurdles, or aligning project partners. We're here to support this effort, and I hope you will take us up on this offer. We have a very full agenda tonight. This is a business meeting, and we are here to do the work of the municipality. Please help create a climate of respect in the chambers. That means refraining from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, and pacing. If you have signs, please keep them to 8.5 by 11 inches in size. And to everyone, please stop speaking if a point of order is called by a member, so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the individual will be asked to leave. I do want to remind members of the body to speak to the merits of an item and not the motive. That means that all members need to refrain from making statements that assert a certain motivation, such as politics. If you are here to testify in a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name, the community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. Please stay on topic and direct comments to me or other people on the dais. I'll interrupt you if you're off topic. It's helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments. You'll have 3 minutes, and community council representatives will have 5 minutes. Assembly members don't typically answer questions during this period. That comes later during the debate portion, as that is public testimony. I wish you all a safe and solemn Memorial Day as we pay tribute to those who gave their lives in service to our country. Thank you. We'll now go to committee reports, and I will start to my right with Ms. Price.
Nothing to report, except I will be following up with the youth representative to the school board about tackling mental health in the adolescent community.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Ms. Allard?
No, Madam Chair, you fired me as chair to all committees since I've been on the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Schultz?
Nothing to report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There will be a Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting tomorrow from 11 to 12:30 p.m. in these chambers. There are going to be, I think, 2 big topics to discuss. First is the point-in-time count, which was conducted in January and is conducted in January of every year. And then second is a discussion on outreach, which I think is fairly timely considering the navigation centers being proposed around the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant?
Nothing to report today.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing for me.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No update tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Election Committee will be meeting tomorrow, May 25th at 1 p.m. at the Election Center located at 619 East Ship Creek Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. At this time, we will go ahead and take up appearance requests and initial audience participation. First, we have Jed Whitaker.
Good evening. Thank you for listening. We all breathe the same air, no matter the color of your skin, your creed, your politics, or religion. We all breathe the same air. My concern is clean air. The cleaner the air, the healthier people in Anchorage will be. Currently, Anchorage uses sand and pea gravel on the streets during the winter that has a lot of mud and silt in it. Then, in the spring, the dust created by the mud and the silt dirties the air. Therefore, if the municipality of Anchorage required the vendors of sand and pea gravel to wash it before the municipality buys it, then mud and silt would not sully the air and we would all be healthier. Some may say that this is too costly, washing the sand and the pea gravel. But the cost savings for people's health and the cost savings from the operation of vehicles, dirty air filters, dirty windshields, which cause accidents, far outweigh the extra expense of washing the sand and gravel. Thank you for listening, and good night.
Thank you.
And God bless you all for doing the best you can.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Potter from Anchorage Skates.
Madam Chair.
Welcome.
I was afraid I was going to introduce myself as Planning Director of Dowell, but I won't do that tonight. After retirement, I've taken on this charge that
And
Jim
Mr. Potter,
got.
could you get closer to the mic, please? Sorry about that.
That Jim's going to hand out Anchorage skating pins that the Anchorage or Alaska Speeds Club members sell during the year to help raise some funds, and Anchorage Skates raises effectively a significant amount of money every year, and we come every year, now this is the 12th or 13th year in a row, where we hand over a check for $10,000 to the mayor or city manager or whoever would like to come down and receive it. And that is our attempt for the 6 hours of preferred skating time that the Speed Skating Club has in a given week during the season. This helps offset at least half of the contract costs for the ice maintenance. So we have now moved on to the next phase, and that is to try and fund something that's been in the master plan of the park for about 15 to 20 years, and that is a warming facility or chalet, a safe place for individuals and families to come and warm up, let their kids or themselves use safe, controlled facilities for bathroom facilities, and a place to meet. And we feel this will be very important because as we've observed family members bring their young kids to the park and skate, they all get bundled up. You know, all that have kids, that takes a lot of time. Mom and dad tell everybody that they should go before they go. And when they get there, all of a sudden one of the kids goes, well, now I really got to go. And the families end up having to pack up and leave because there's no acceptable, safe, clean, overseen facilities. We have architectural drawings and renderings, key specific cost estimates by Kiewit Construction, and we will be pursuing the approval of funding to both construct it, but to also operate it long-term. So we'll continue to have ice maintenance money and then operational costs for the facility itself. And I will hand this document to the mayor, which is a document that we spent quite a bit of time putting together so you and the administration could understand the history of the park, what went into it, why it's there, and how it's being used, and what we've observed it being used for over the years. I'd like these people to be able to introduce themselves quickly.
Jim Renkert. Carl Oswald. And Chuck Kilbrem, treasurer of the Speed Skating Club.
Jason Katzbrown.
So we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and if the mayor could come down, or if Amy Demoski is in, we'd like to go ahead and present the 12th or 13th $10,000 check that we've done. 11. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. The contractor is great. Parks and Rec Department has been wonderful to deal with and continue. And we had over 1,000 people at our winter solstice party that Parks and Rec helped put on this year. And if you haven't seen it, you should. It's quite an event in the dead of winter in Anchorage, Alaska.
And if I could ask you all to squish in for a picture.
Squeeze in, guys.
Carl's the president of the Speed Skating Club, by the way.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And here's this document.
Thank you all. Now we will move on to initial audience participation. I'd like to prioritize time for members of the public who would like to speak on a consent agenda item, those who cannot stay until the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who would have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the agenda due to childcare or travel issues before we open it up to the broader public. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. Please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council or area of the muni in which you live.
My name is Dustin Darden. I'm running for United States Senate, and just wanted to do a report of some interesting things I found recently. There's a group of people that are called, what are they called? I can't remember the name of the group now, but it's crimesagainsthumanity.tour.com. So if you want to go to that website, they're urging people to contact their attorney generals to indict people that are involved in the bioweapon injection. The same week, I happened to join this group. We're a group of concerned Alaskans who found the answer of solving the complaints posed by fellow citizens. Our research has found precise language in our state constitution, state statutes, and constitutional delegates' writings that drew up the Constitution. We have found the citizens of this great state no longer have to wait for their government to fix things for us. It has been determined that the answers to our questions can be posed to a citizen grand juror, currently sitting on grand juries right now. There are officials who do not want you to know about your rights. In fact, state officials have already committed Class C felony acts by stopping 5 separate grand juries from sharing their own personal knowledge of crimes committed by state officials. Let it be known today that grand juries currently sitting these very weeks not only have the power to investigate issues of importance to Alaskans, no longer have to rely on their government to investigate important matters like election fraud, vaccine mandates, and lockdowns. We ask that you help us educate our fellow citizens of this invaluable right. We ask for your support to educate other grand jurors and state officials that are not fully informed of our incredible discovery. Join us at alaskagrandjuryrights.com. So, yeah, it's a big deal. So at the same time, we've got people that are with the Crimes Against HumanityTour.com petitioning attorney generals. We here in Alaska have exceptionally strong Alaska state constitutional laws and jury rights where we can indict people. And they got a slam dunk case out there in Kenai, so I encourage you to look them up at alaskagrandjuryrights.com. When they slam that puppy through, everything else is coming next.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
My name is Yarrow Silvers. I live in East Anchorage. I have here 12 recall applications. These are 12 recall applications for you, Mayor Bronson. Each one of these, I believe the courts would agree with me, is a recallable offense. Each one of these, I believe the majority of the public to whom ethical, transparent, and honest government is important would agree with me is a recallable offense. It was evidenced by recent elections that the majority in Anchorage is not happy with you, Mayor Bronson. And one would think that you would take notice of that. And yet, you can't help yourself. You continue to do things like fight accountability, put our election equipment at risk with partisan out-of-state audits, and interrupt your own team when they are detailing the RFP process for the Golden Lion, to state that you are instead ignoring a part of the Assembly's shelter ordinance, added unanimously by the Assembly as an amendment, and continuing to pursue selling it. You continue to corruptly put campaign donors and friends before the city as a whole, and you continue to obstruct much-needed progress on treatment at the behest of your campaign donors. So I call on your supporters and donors today to speak up like Jamie Allard, Randy Solt, and Kevin Cross did, and to give you permission to use the Golden Lion, because that seems to be all you care about. I don't have time to read all these recall applications, but I'll start summarizing them, and you can cut me off when my time is up. 1, lied about organizing the Change Point Anti-Vax Summit, then
Madam Chair,
admitted to
point of order.
organizing it and having hid your role for political purposes.
Ma'am, could you hold on a moment, please? We have a point of order. What rule do you believe has been broken, Ms. Allard?
Decorum. We are not allowed to attack our assembly members, nor are we allowed to attack our sitting mayor. And she is speaking to motive, Madam Chair. I am all about free speech, but the allegation...
Facts, not
I'm not done
attack.
speaking, Madam
Hold on,
Chair.
please. Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Can I finish my sentence, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you. She is accusing the mayor of doing things, and I don't believe it's appropriate because she's just accusing him. She can write him an email.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. The rule concerning motive applies to members. It doesn't apply to the public. The public has a higher threshold of free speech in terms, as we have witnessed. We ask folks...
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I make a comment?
I need you all to stop yelling and clapping. We're going to be having people escorted out here soon. This is a business meeting, so I am overruling your point of
I challenge the chair of
order.
the ruling of the chair.
Is there a second?
You say the public has the right.
We're
for
not
free
in debate.
speech, but you
Ms. Allard, you are out of
obviously
order.
can't allow them to have free
Ms.
speech.
Allard,
and they
you are out of order. There is a motion made by Ms. Allard to challenge the ruling of the chair on the point of order on the floor. It has been seconded by Mr. Solt. Ms. Allard, you may speak to the motion.
Anytime we have members of the public come up and testify in front of us, I have sat here and endured being called a Nazi, a racist, and every other name in the book you can possibly imagine. What I do know is I sit here quietly and I take it because that's what I'm supposed to do. But if there was another member or another community member that had come up here to say anything derogatory about any other sitting members, it would have been hushed. It would have been told, be quiet or you will be removed from the facility. The mayor is an individual that can chime in and debate with the assembly, although he cannot vote. We should respect him as our sitting mayor and honor that, and it should go across the board.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Again, folks in the audience need to stop clapping. The gentleman by the security guard in the blue jacket with the glasses, you are warned for clapping. A second warning and you will be asked to leave. Seeing no other members, that is you, sir. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to challenge the ruling of the chair. The vote is 2-7. The youth member's preferential vote is yes. The motion fails.
Thank you for attacking my freedom of speech to redress my government. 1, lied about organizing the ChangePoint Anti-Vax Summit, then admitted to organizing it and having hid your role for political purposes on Must Read Alaska's live feed. 2, endangered the public and the assembly by removing security and attempting to remove APD from a crowded, angry room in which at least one member of the public was found to be carrying after being removed for out-of-control behavior in a previous meeting. 3, violated city code by attempting to cut off the video live feed of the same assembly meeting. 4, continuously violates city code by having a municipal manager appointed who lives in the Mat-Su, not Anchorage. 5, endangered the public by implementing rolling closures of fire department apparatus despite the fire department being fully funded by the assembly. 6, violated city code by implementing an illegal budget other than the one passed by the assembly. 7, continuously violating city code by refusing to fund at least 20 library positions that have been fully funded by the assembly, resulting in the library being closed on Sundays. 8, allowing a private business run by donors to operate for free while the taxpayer footed the $50,000 bill for utilities. 9, currently violating code passed by the assembly stipulating a good faith effort to utilize the Golden Lion as a treatment facility in favor of pandering to donors.
Your time is up. Thank you for your participation. Okay, the last we have 4 minutes left in initial audience participation. The last speaker per code starts at 6, so I'm hoping we'll get to at least 2 people. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Hi, my name is Tammy Smith, and due to the gerrymandering, I'm now in District 1. Let the record show I accept your oath of office as a binding contract between you and me to uphold my constitutional protected rights and their rights. Beyond AO 2022-60 being a power grab and a coup to overtake our elected mayor, it is illegal based on Alaska statutes. This is a clear violation of separation of powers and your unwillingness to work with the Mayor Bronson and those on the assembly who do not align with your political agenda. With the exception of a few, yet again, you still continue to disrespect and oppose the Bronson administration, changing the laws to fit your agenda and override the executive branch. It is a blatant attack on the Bronson administration. Yes, the city has a charter, but it is a stretch to think that a body of a few can overthrow an elected mayor based on accusation and 6 votes. Assemblymember Constant's ordinance is overreaching and extreme. It's an attempt to deprive the people the right to vote and give power to the assembly to remove the mayor for any reason this body deems to be, quote unquote, a breach of trust. I highly recommend you fire former municipal attorney manager Mr. Falsey and review the following Alaska statutes for his corrupt advice. Alaska Statute, Section 29.2230, Article 3, Section 29.26.240, Section 29.26.250. Based on Alaska statutes, the Assembly does not have the authority to change the term or the manner in which the mayor is put into office or removed from it. There is already a process to remove the mayor by the public who elected him. Ordinances that contradict state law cannot trump or alter state statutes. Again, this is a blatant attack to remove an elected official in 7 days and replace the mayor with one who will politically align with the Assembly's agenda. And as Mayor Bronson has already stated today, no mayor should be subjected to a coup by an Assembly because they disagree with him politically. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Thank you. My name is Jackie Goforth. I'm from Matsu, and I'm speaking for the same reason I started speaking here. My children live here, as does my granddaughter, and what you do affects them, and what affects them affects me. So I've watched you for the last 2 years, 9 of you, now 8, violate your oath to the Constitution when you did life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Putting masks on people destroys their ability to breathe. It is the weapon of choice in Swiss prisons for violence. I personally watched you destroy dozens of businesses here in Anchorage. I've watched you push a vaccine that now we have the paperwork in March that shows it's unsafe. There's 2,196 adverse events. In April, we got what I just showed you, which says that you're 29 times more likely to die of the vaccine than you are of the virus. It's completely ineffective. The ones that came out in May say there's a 12% effectiveness rate, not 95. In other words, if you had to give your dog 3 rabies shots and it still got rabies, I think I'd be questioning it. Now, I attended last Friday's work meeting, and something that Pete Peterson said really touched me. He said that 3 members of the Palmer City Council were removed for Facebook posting. That is completely inaccurate. 3 of them were removed for violating the Alaska statute called Open Meetings Act. Facebook was the venue that they used, and the evidence was their Facebook posts. That is the only difference. And they did it willingly and knowingly because 2 years ago they actually drafted a code of ethics that those 4 people, it's 4 of them that are removed now, those people actually signed a code of ethics showing they knew. And now, so I wanted them hoisted by their own petard. And right now I'm in a sense of deja vu, because you guys are in breach of the public trust. You actually had, since the charter was written, removing a person for a member for breach of public trust. And in 1993, I found out that the Assembly then drafted 12 reasons that people could be removed for breach of public trust on the Assembly and on the school board. There were 12 of them. Then in the meeting, I found out that they added a 13th one to the mayor. The 13th one says, failure to faithfully execute the directives of a duly enacted ordinance. Well, let's see. Keeping Austin Quinn Davidson in as an acting mayor is a failure to faithfully execute the directives of a duly enacted ordinance. Did you willingly and knowingly do it? You wrote the proposal. Yes, this is willingly and knowingly. And the proof, the evidence, is your votes that 8 of you did last year. So it's exactly the same thing we have here that we had in Palmer. I would be very surprised if I don't see 8. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Ms. Allard has a question for you.
Actually, Madam Chair, we have 7 individuals in line, and I was wondering if we can extend for 21 minutes, please.
You would need to make a motion to
Madam Chair,
suspend
I'd
the
like to
rules.
extend for 21 minutes for public participation.
Second.
So I can go.
A motion is on the floor by Ms. Allard to extend initial audience participation by 22 minutes. Is that what you said, Ms. Allard?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. I said 21. I just counted the 7, then nobody else, just for the 7 that are already in line.
21 minutes. It was seconded by Mr. Solt. A motion to suspend the rules requires 8 votes. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to extend audience participation by 21 minutes. The vote is 6-3. The youth members' preferential vote is yes. The motion fails because 8 votes is required to suspend the rules. We will now take up
No questions? Okay.
the addendum to the agenda. And before we get to the addendum to the agenda, we are going to address the laid on the table items. There are 6 laid on the table items.
Madam Chair, point of information, please.
What is your procedural question, Ms. Allard?
So we don't have a full body. Does it take 8 votes when we don't have a full body here? For the majority, wouldn't it be 7?
No, that is based on the 11 members of the body. So, for example, 6 is always required for a simple majority.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Even if there are only 7 members present, and the same is for a supermajority. Thank you. There are 6 laid on the table items. 3 items from the administration will require a vote of 8 members to lay them on the table. And then there's an item for introduction, which we will also lay on the table to incorporate, and it will become part of the consent agenda, presumably, and then 2 supplemental items. So we will start with the 3 items from the administration, and again, these items will each require a vote, a motion to lay on the table, and then a vote of 8. So the first item, Assembly Memorandum Number AM, unnumbered Amendment Number 1 to the Utility Relocation Agreement, Purchase Order Number 2021003-693 with Chugach Electric Association, Inc. for the Image Drive, Reflection Drive, Area Road Reconstruction Phase 2, Project Management and Engineering Department, Project Number 14-50, $275,000. Is there a motion?
So moved. Move
Second.
Motion to lay on the table.
A motion to lay this item on the table has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. First, I will go to Ms. Demboski to explain why this item needs to be laid on the table, and then I'll proceed through the queue. Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item as well as the other 2 construction items are both time sensitive. We have another construction project going on in the same area, and we want to coincide them. That way utilities and the construction work can all happen at the same time, and we don't have two staggered projects in the exact same area. So that's what these first, the three coming from the Public Works Department will be.
Thank you, Ms. Dembowski. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this item on the table. The vote is 9-11. The youth members' preferential vote is yes. The motion passes. This will be item 10D, as in Delta 7. The next item, Assembly Memorandum Number AM, unnumbered Amendment Number 1 to the Utility Relocation Agreement, Purchase Order Number 2021-003677 with NStar Natural Gas Company for the Image Drive, Reflection Drive, Area Road Reconstruction Phase 2, Project Management and Engineering Department, Project Number 14-50, $235,000. Is there a motion?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to lay this item on the table. It has been seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this item on the table. The vote is 9-0. The youth members' preferential vote is yes. The motion passes. The next item, Assembly Memorandum Number AM, unnumbered, Amendment Number 1 to the Utility Relocation Agreement, Purchase Order Number 2021-003684 with GCI Communication Corps for the Image Drive, Reflection Drive, Area Road Reconstruction Phase 2, Project Management and Engineering Department, Project Number 14-50, $190,000. Is there a motion?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
A motion to lay this item on the table has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this item on the table. The vote is 9-0. The youth members' preferential vote is yes. The motion passes. That will be item 10D9. So again, the first item was 10D7, the second is 10D8, and this one is 10D9. The next item is for introduction, and to introduce an item, it takes 3 members. However, the intent, my intent is to lay this on the table so that it can be incorporated into the agenda tonight, and then it will become part of the consent agenda. That way, if someone wants to pull it off the agenda, that can be done. Ordinance number AO2022-60, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 8.20, offenses against property to include a new offense for open burning. Department of Law. Public hearing to be set for the meeting of June 7, 2022. Is there a motion? Oh. That's right. Sorry, we don't need a motion because we don't need to vote on this, and this will just include it into the agenda. Yes, I have Ms. Allard in the queue. Ms. Allard, do you have a question?
Actually, I apologize, Madam Chair. It's for the next one that's coming forward.
Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. Just a note for the members. This ordinance is very time sensitive because of the blazing fire danger that we are experiencing right now. And we can't, by rules of the code, move this any faster than really the meeting of the 7th. We could have a special meeting in 7 or 8 days, but the real danger is this week. And so in collaboration with the administration, the municipal manager, we're having drafted right now an emergency ordinance that we're going to move forward tonight that will, if passed by 9 members, adopt essentially this policy for the next 60 days while we take the time to move the regular ordinance through the regular proceeding. So just stay tuned. That's in draft form, and it will be circulating when it's ready.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. The next two items are supplemental. I just need to read them into the record, and then again, we will be voting to incorporate the laid on the table items when we vote to incorporate the addendum. So the next item is 14B. 14B1, Assembly Memorandum Number AM308-2022, AO2021-61, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, updating the Assembly primary point of contact for government-to-government relations with the native village of Eklutna. Ms. Allard, did you have a point of order or a point of information?
I have a point of information. We did pass code not too long ago that says only items can be laid on the table that are of emergency, and I don't deem this to be an emergency, Madam Chair. Your item, and I also would like to further discuss with the Assembly member from Chigeak Eagle River on how to address this. So if this is not an emergency, I don't believe we should be putting this on the table tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Your point of order has been noted. And it is true, we did revise code recently to require a vote of 8 for items that are not supplemental. This is a supplemental item. It is already on the agenda, and it accompanies 14B. It is item 14B1. It is the memorandum that is accompanying the ordinance that has already been introduced and is scheduled for public hearing. So I will overrule that point of order. The next supplemental item is 14I, 14I2, ordinance number AO2022-60S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, chapters 3.10, general provisions, and 27.20, supervisory boards, and sections 2.70.030 and 29.10.060 to fulfill the requirement of Anchorage Municipal Charter, Section 7.01B, that the Assembly by ordinance must establish specific procedures for removal of an elected official for breach of the public trust. This is 14I3, Assembly Memorandum Number AM278-2022A. That completes the laid on the table items. Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson, asking for unanimous consent on the motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items have been incorporated into the agenda. We will now move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So we will now go down the dais, and I will ask each member if they would like to pull any items, and we will start to my left with Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No items at this point. You may want to come back to me. I'm looking at one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 10A1 for reading, please.
10 Alpha 1 for reading. Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Constant?
I have no items, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Cross, any items?
Through the chair, no, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Rivera, any items?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One item, 10 Alpha 1, or excuse me, 10 Alpha 4.
10 Alpha 4. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Solt?
Was 10 Alpha 3 pulled?
It was not. It is now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Ms. Allard, any items?
Yes, please. 11 Alpha 2. Wait, sorry, my eyes. 10 Alpha 2.
10 Alpha 2. Thank you, Ms. Allard. And then I will go back to Mr. Perez-Verdia. Any items?
No items. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. We have 4 items to be pulled from the consent agenda under the 10A Alpha, 10A1, Ms. Quinn Davidson, 10A2, Ms. Allard, 10A3, Mr. Solt, and 10A4, Mr. Rivera. Are there any other items that members would like to pull? Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson, asking for unanimous consent on the motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items has been approved. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F other than the items, the 4 that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been paused or passed or accepted. Before we move on to take up the items that were pulled, I will turn to Mr. Constant.
Is Mr. Frisk in the chambers? Thank you. Okay, we'll be just 1 minute.
So while we are waiting, we will go ahead and take up item 10A1. Resolution number AR 2022-167, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Lieutenant Jennifer Dunn Haywood for her 20 years of dedicated service to the Anchorage Police Department and the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Ms. Quinn Davidson, seconded by Mr. Constant, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this item is approved. And Ms. Quinn Davidson, you are reading, and Mr. Constant is presenting. And if folks would come on up around the podium.
Excellent. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Lieutenant Jennifer Dunn Haywood for her 20 years of dedicated service to the Anchorage Police Department and the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Jennifer Dunn Haywood was born in South Vietnam and her family fleeing the country in 1975 ahead of the communist takeover of South Vietnam before her father relocated the family to his hometown in Maine. And whereas in 1977, Jennifer's parents decided to seek new opportunities and adventures by moving to Chugiak, Alaska with the family, including 6 children with another one on the way, driving to Alaska in their Econoline van. And whereas Jennifer attended Chugiak High School, where she graduated as class president in 1989 before joining the Anchorage Police Department on March 4th, 2002 as a member of APD Academy 02-2. And whereas from 2002 to 2008, Jennifer worked the swing shift as a patrol officer, as a member of the traffic unit in 2008 and 2009, and as one of the original members of the newly established Community Action Policing, or CAP team, from 2009 to 2014. During her service with CAP, Jennifer was the lead officer for a case that made criminal justice history in Alaska when a business was indicted and convicted of misdemeanor assault. And whereas in 2014, Jennifer was promoted to swing shift sergeant, that's a tongue twister, before becoming CAP sergeant in 2016, and in November 2020, her leadership abilities were recognized when she was promoted as the first female Asian American lieutenant in APD history. For 20 years, Lieutenant Jennifer Dunn Haywood, with the unwavering love and support of her husband Mark and her daughters Yoshimi, Yoshina, Kaylin, and Brooklyn, has served the Anchorage Police Department and the people of the Municipality of Anchorage with dedication, compassion, commitment, and honor. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and honors Lieutenant Jennifer Dunn Haywood for her 20 years of dedicated and honorable public service to the Anchorage Police Department and the people of the Municipality of Anchorage. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 24th day of May 2022.
Wow, thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. I've been blessed to work for a pretty amazing department for the last 20 years, along with meeting some wonderful people. Thankful for the people I've met along the way. And I am thankful for the relationships I've built in the last 20 years, and to be grateful for a community that I really have enjoyed living in, working for, and serving. So thank you so much, everybody. I'm blessed to be here.
Thank you. I've got a... Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Officer Haywood. It has been an honor to serve with you. Lieutenant, soon-to-be retiree Haywood. I remember in 2009 when the CAP team and you came on board, and that work, I would bet, if we measured over the last 30 years, has been the most important work that APD has done in this community, because it's where the special issues get tackled and the very complex issues, and very focused by APD's team. And my neighborhood that I started in, Fairview, would be in such worse straits without you and your life of service. So I just wanted, from my neighbors to you and from myself to you, say thank you for a life of service.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant, and thank you, Lieutenant Haywood, for your service to our community. Wishing you all the best in your future endeavors.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
Next, we have item 10A2, resolution number AR 2022-173, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and celebrating the culture, traditions, contributions, and history of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in Alaska in honor of Madam Lourdes Lo Linedo Crawford, advocate, educator, and volunteer leader extraordinaire. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Ms. Allard, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved. Ms. Allard is reading and Mr. Cross is presenting, and would AAPI Coalition of Alaska folks please come forward?
Where there are more than 20 million Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States, which make America more dynamic, more productive, and more established. And whereas Anchorage is home to more than 38,000 residents who trace their roots to the Asian and the Pacific Islands. And whereas the Asian Americans and Pacific Islander community constitutes a vital dimension of the city's diverse ethnic and social fabric, whose languages, cultures, and religious beliefs have enriched communities in all parts of the city. And whereas through the Asian and Pacific Islander Americans' love of family, community, and hard work, they have helped to uphold the founding principles of our city for generations. And whereas Anchorage, through dialogue with representatives from all major Asian and Pacific Islander American communities, continues to address the needs and concerns of the residents, and it remains committed to proactive stance that seeks solutions to problems such as prejudice, discrimination, unemployment, illiteracy, homelessness, and violence. And whereas Asian American Pacific Islanders Heritage Month provides an opportunity to promote the study of Asian American Pacific Islander history, culture, instill in our youth the importance of education, history, and ethnicity in creating eminent role models, establish a proud cultural identity, and produce exceptional residents of the city and honor their contributions. And forgive me if I mispronounce some names here. Whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders who have made an important contribution to Alaska include State Senator Scott Kawasaki, the first and only Asian American to serve in the state Senate, past Representative Thelma Buckhold, the first Asian American to serve in the state Senate of House of Representatives, past council member and deputy mayor Jesse B. Vizucho, City of Kodiak, Dr. Anthony Nakasawa, Professor of Extension Emeritus and University of Alaska Fairbanks. Elsa M. Sarangento, Bridge Builders, Anchorage founder, community leader, and Alaska Women's Hall of Fame, and Asian Academy Hall of Fame awardee, Madam Lourdes Lowe Lenento Crawford, advocate, educator, and volunteer leader extraordinaire, and others. Whereas with the passing of Lourdes Lowe Lenento Crawford in April of 2022, the Asian American and Pacific Islander community lost its leader members whose work was critical to the growth of Bridge Builders of Anchorage, the Library Advisor Board, the Anchorage Museum, Community Connections, and the Sister Cities Commission, and whose work as a teacher with the Anchorage School District positively impacted many lives across the community. And whereas Anchorage is home to one of the largest Asian American Pacific Islander populations found in Alaska. Now therefore, in recognition of many contributions and achievements of our city's Asian and Pacific Islander Americans, the Anchorage Assembly does hereby proclaim May 22nd as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, honoring Madam Lourdes Lowe Lenento Crawford in memoriam. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly on the 24th day of May 2022.
Well, I'm honored and humbled actually too, but the family's here, right? So I'd try to give them a chance, but before that I'd like to recognize Honorable Mayor Brunson, Honorable Chair LaFrance, Honorable Assembly Members Allard, Solte, Rivera, Cross, Constant, Queen Davidson, Paris, Berdia, and Peterson. And we also witnessed the honoring of one of our own from Vietnam. I didn't know she was born in Vietnam, you know, we're proud of her too. But like what, I just like to quote what Madam Lo Crawford said. She said that do what you can to be good in all you do. These are her words. Be prepared with education or training or experiences and push yourself to excel. People will know you because of your initiative and reputation. You'll be ready and lucky when that ray of sun opportunity arises and that job or career path or what adventure is offered to you. And that's our words of wisdom. And I say to that from my favorite author, it is the things we do that are of great significance and value and not what we say or look like. We should be remembered for the things we do, for they are like memorials that people put up to honor heroes after they have died, made out of the memories people have of us and not made out of stone. Our deeds are like monuments built with memories instead of stone, because those who touch our lives stay in our hearts forever. So Madam Lolinado Crawford, we salute you. Thank you.
Assembly members, thank you so much for passing this resolution. Honoring my mom. She spent 44 years with the Anchorage School District, and she loved every minute of it. And then she left her career that she loved to become a professional volunteer to continue helping her community, and Anchorage was her chosen community. So thank you very much. Our family is very honored.
Maria.
Folks, if you could stay, we've got a member who has a question. If you all could stay a moment, Mr. Constant.
Maria, thank you for coming. And you, like the previous recipient, have found a home in Fairview. And I didn't realize that you were Lo's daughter, but now your service all makes sense. And Fairview is really glad to have you.
Thank you very much. She left very big shoes to fill.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you for being here tonight. We will all surely miss Madam Lo Crawford. Next, we have item 10A3, resolution number AR 2022-174, a resolution honoring Wilda Marston, champion of learning, libraries, history, and reading on the occasion of her passing on April 14, 2022, and recognizing the visionary leadership that led to the construction of the Lusac Library and Wilda Marston Theater. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Perez-Verdia, seconded by Mr. Constant. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved. Mr. Perez-Verdia, you are reading, and Mr. Solt, you are presenting. And I understand we have folks here to accept, and if you would come forward to the podium, please.
There's Blythe right there. A resolution honoring Wilda Marston, champion of learning, libraries, history, and reading on the occasion of her passing on April 14, 2022, and recognizing the visionary leadership that led to the construction of the Lusac Library and the Wilda Marston Theater. Wilda was born on August 8, 1930 in Woodburn, Indiana, and after an education including a one-room elementary schoolhouse, she graduated from Indiana University in 1952. And whereas following graduation, Wilda accompanied her aunt and uncle to Anchorage and secured a job teaching at Anchorage Junior High on Fifth Avenue, now the site of the Performing Arts Center. And whereas while attending a history class at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, she met a fellow student, Brooke Marston, and they married in Indiana in 1954, spending the next 2 years there where she continued to teach. Whereas upon their return to Anchorage in 1956, they bought and refurbished the Lynn Airy homestead, where they had their 2 children, Blythe and Aaron, moving only once to a home they built in Turnagain after the 1964 earthquake. Whereas Wilda served her community through the League of Women Voters, the World Affairs Council, as a chair of the Anchorage Museum Foundation, and as Museum Commission and numerous local, state, and university and historical preservation committees. Wilda's most indelible mark was made on Anchorage's libraries, regularly marching her students the original Lusac Library on F Street to check out books left over from the military base, serving on the State Library Board, and heading the building committee for the new Lusac after it emerged #1 choice of the voters in the Project's 80 vote. And whereas Wilda was inducted into the first class of the Alaska Women's Hall of Fame and recognized by the University of Alaska Anchorage for her service to the community. And whereas on April 14th, 2022, Wilda Marston passed away at her home after an impactful 66 years in Alaska, leaving a legacy of the Lusac Library, the Ann Stevens Room, the Wilda Marston Theater, and more. And whereas in 2013 interview, Wilda Marston wanted everyone to know, quote, how full my life has been in that because I was a volunteer in the library and the museum, and I was on the advisory council at the university, and I have been able to meet interesting people from all over the world and entertain some of them. And I think that the rewards for helping build a community go on and on forever. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Wilda Marston and thanks her for sharing her love of reading, history, and learning through her committed and hard work building a community where citizens can experience the benefits of a robust learning environment and entertainment opportunities at the Lusac Library and the Wilda Marston Theater. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 24th day of May 2022.
Thank you very much. Wilda would be honored, and our family is honored. I can't help but think what it must have been like to be in 22 in 1952 and arriving in Anchorage. And the world was an opportunity. Anchorage provided that. It was a blank slate that allowed her to do all that you have mentioned, and I'm sure she's honored by it being recognized. But most importantly, she would hope that Anchorage would provide the same kind of canvas for the young people who are moving to Anchorage and that the opportunities that it still provides. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We now have before us item 10A4, resolution number AR 2022-175, a resolution honoring Arliss Sturgeluski, legislator, community leader, businesswoman, and trailblazer on the occasion of her passing on April 7, 2022, and recognizing the many impacts she made upon Alaska politics and governance. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved. Mr. Rivera, you are reading, correct? And Mr. Peterson is presenting, and I understand we have folks here to accept, and if you would please come forward to the podium.
A resolution honoring Arliss Sturgeluski, legislator, community leader, businesswoman, and trailblazer on the occasion of her passing on April 7, 2022, and recognizing the many impacts she made upon Alaska politics and governance. Whereas Jane Arliss Wright was born on September 27, 1927 in Ferndale, Washington, a child who buried herself in books and worked her way through the University of Washington, graduating in 1949. And whereas following graduation, Arliss vacationed on the Alcan Highway, never looking back, and soon meeting Bernard Sturgeluski, marrying in 1953 and completing their family with beloved son Roe in 1957. And whereas after Sturge passed away in a 1968 plane crash on the way to an assignment for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Arliss ignored the urging of others to leave Alaska and stayed, raising Roe while breaking ground in Alaskan politics. And whereas in 1959, Arliss joined the Anchorage League of Women Voters and began working her way up the ladder of local politics, beginning with the Planning and Zoning Commission, from 1968 to 1975, the Anchorage Charter Commission in 1975, and the Anchorage Assembly from 1976 to 1978. And whereas Arliss succeeded in Anchorage, Arliss' success in Anchorage propelled her to 15 years in the Alaska State Senate and 2 gubernatorial runs as the Republican primary winner. And whereas during her time in the Senate, Arliss made lasting marks on Alaska's future, from working to inflation-proof the Alaska Permanent Fund to enabling conservation easements and work on Alaska Mental Health Trust lands. And whereas Arliss often ran contrary to her Republican counterparts, speaking in defense of abortion rights, in support of adding veterans' status and sexual orientation to the Equal Rights title of Anchorage Municipal Code, and in the last 5 years on the need to protect LGBT youth in the learning environment. And whereas Arliss was inducted into the first class of Alaska's Women's Hall of Fame and recognized by the University of Alaska Anchorage for her service to the community. And whereas Arliss served on countless commissions covering education, fisheries, and civil rights, and Also, as trustee for the University of Alaska Foundation, Sheldon Jackson College, the Anchorage YMCA, and as a founding member of the Anchorage Library Foundation. And whereas on April 7th, 2022, Arliss Wright Sturgielewski passed away with her son at her side just 2 days after casting her final ballot. And whereas Arliss once said, accurately summarizing her approach to life and work, "I've written the pages of my life. It's been a good life. I don't have any great goals. I just want things to be good for people. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly honors Arliss Sturgielewski for a life dedicated to public service and recognizes her tireless dedication to the fair governance of the people of Alaska and Anchorage through her hard work in the municipality and throughout the state, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 25th day of May, 2022.
My mother, she lived a life of service, and I also just want to thank all of you for all the service that you do for the community. People don't understand what it is to be in your shoes and have to do it, and that's, she lived her life like that, and just it's an honor for me to be in front of you to give you thanks. Thank you very much.
That concludes the consent agenda. Before we take our break, I will turn to Mr. Constant and Mr. Frisk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we also last year lost a very interesting character who came around the chambers a lot, Eugene Carl Haberman. And he had a quote that I think should echo through these chambers forever. And so with the administration, Mr. Aleva made a small donation, and I used a portion of my assembly allowance. We've created a placard forever to be hosted, and I don't know if the camera person could show me from the podium or the lectern. Maybe not, but you'll see it soon. So if you... You'll see a picture of Mr. Haberman, a self-appointed government watchdog, and the quote, "When the public process is done appropriately, the decision made by the governing body is more likely to be in the public interest." So this is in honor of Mr. Haberman.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Frisk. And with that, we will go ahead and take a 20-minute break. Okay, if everyone would please take their seats, we will go ahead and resume the meeting.
That was Nuria Clark.
We now have before us item 12A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM301-2022, certification of the results of certain service area propositions from the April 5, 2022 regular municipal election. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 301-2022. Mr. Peterson?
Mr. Peterson, could you orally tell us how you voted? Oh, thank you. Now it showed up. Thank you.
The vote is 9-0. The youth member's preferential vote is yes. The motion passes. We now have before us item 13A, ordinance number AO2022-56, an ordinance authorizing the extension of a lease by exercising the first of 2 3-year options to extend between the Municipality of Anchorage landlord and Alaska Pediatric Therapy tenant and Alaska Limited Liability Company for a portion of the Eagle River Town Center located at 12001 Business Boulevard in Eagle River. This item was carried over from May 10, 2022.
Let's see. I do not know if the public hearing was...
Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Allard and seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-56. The vote is 9-0. The youth member's preferential vote is yes. The motion passes. We now have before us item 13B, ordinance number AO 2022-57, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, providing for, authorizing, and approving the issuance of wastewater revenue bonds for the Anchorage wastewater utility in one or more series in the aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $20 million for the purpose of providing long-term financing for certain capital projects financed with subordinately in wastewater revenue. Thank you. Public testimony in this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the... Ma'am, you are out of order. You are warned. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-57. Okay, ma'am, that is your second warning. One more outburst and you will be asked to leave.
In case you're waiting for me, my machine sort of fell apart. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
And my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
The vote is 9-0. The youth member's preferential vote is yes. The motion passes. We now have before us item 13C, ordinance number AO 2022-58, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, providing for, authorizing, and approving the issuance of water revenue bonds for the Anchorage Water Utility in one or more series in the aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $21 million for the purpose of providing long-term financing for certain capital projects financed with subordinate lien water revenue notes. Public testimony in this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward, and if you are not in line to testify, if you could please step back so we can see who wants to testify. If there's anyone. Actually, would you please, those of you who are hanging out in the aisle, could you step back, please? Not to the side, back. Is there any, thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak? Please come forward. Please state your name for the record. Okay. Ma'am in the back, you are warned.
To know exactly where my money's at. Oh, don't worry, everybody can hear me, but thank you. So not to exceed $21 million, really? So why do I not have any kind of revenue notes on this? Why can't I go find this outside? Why is it so complicated for you guys to actually print out things for the public to actually see? We have to try and keep up with you when you guys do your basic job. So why can't I go find this? No, I would like to know where I can find it.
Hold on, please. I've paused your time.
Sure.
The woman in the back in the red sweater with the glasses, you have been warned. Please continue.
Instead of my being warned as well, may I just have access to 2022-58? And why is it not provided in print up here? Why do we not have access to that? Why is -60 not there? Why are there so many different things that we can't actually see? So I would like to be able to read this, but I have to take time out of my day to sometimes read literally hundreds of pages that you guys don't print out. You print out hundreds of pages, books for us to read in a night, literally the size of a book. But yet, I can't go find that one right now outside just so that I can try and figure out the whereas, all that. So where can I find this information before all of us get to actually publicly testify? When do you start showing us the public truth? I thought the -60 was supposed to be about us having public trust. So where is the public trust? Where is it? I would like to have a copy of that right now, and then let's open it up to public testimony, because not to exceed $21 million is quite a bit of money, is it not? I'm pretty sure that's a lot of money, and I don't have $100,000. I don't have $21 million. Do you? Oh yeah, you guys actually probably do, because you guys make that every year. So I would like to know, where can I find this information? And then we should hold this until every other person can easily find it. And I know it's very hard from the clerk's office to actually put stuff out. So where is the information? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I would like to note for members. Okay, you need, Okay, Ms. Clark is out, but she is not permitted to return. I want to note for the public that documents are available online. If you go to muni.org and click on Assembly and go to the meetings, you can find these documents. Sometimes if there is a laid on the table item, then it'll need to be available on paper. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
My name is Dustin Darden. I am in the community of Alaska in the Senate District of the United States of America, which I'm running against Lisa Murkowski. So what I would like to know, I'm very vehemently frustrated, as you can tell by my voice, how this $21 million and where its appropriation was transpiring from. I understand that you have a grave responsibility of finding these things out, but I can't seem to wrap my head around, as you can tell in my voice, just how infuriated I am at the delinquency of knowledge and liens. This specific proposal is talking about insurance fraud and how it is you assembly people in the executive branch have the ability to cover yourselves from litigation in the event of a gigantic lawsuit. Now, the unfortunate thing is that this is specifically speaking of the water utility. This water utility, by your own admission of management of AWW in an interview by the vice chair to this individual, stated that the addition of the neurotoxic synthetic fluorides that you put in the water has detrimental effects on workers that add it, on those that consume it, and it's known for lowering the IQ levels of developing babies. It's known for causing cancer and thyroid issues. So I would encourage the body to table this motion until you make a proposal, one of you, and then a second, to make a resolution to discontinue fluoridation of the Anchorage water supply, which has unknown additives.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. In response to 2022-58, I'd like to ask the body, why was this not put on the municipal ballot? And specifically, how will the money be spent? How much of it will go to salaries, bonuses, potential settlements of lawsuits? I would like to ask for an ethics opinion of if this has anything to do with the shutoff of the fluoride, and if any of the $21 million will be used to enhance someone's retirement account. As well, with this matter before the body, I would like for the city to address public utilities' ability to increase the rate at which you're charged, because most people are on direct draft from their checking accounts to pay their utility bills. So what is the threshold that the Anchorage Assembly members are willing to accept for increase without notice to the resident? New York City has something that governs this, and it regulates their public utilities and the exact amount they can increase it by code. So I'd like for the Assembly body to address that, please. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Since this is an item that is being brought forward by the Assembly, I would ask if by the administration to the Assembly, I would ask if the administration would speak on this item. Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. As we know, the municipality is right now under a burn ban issued by the fire chief due to red flag conditions. Is that what we're talking about?
Actually, Ms. Demboski, I'm actually referring to item 13C, and we'll take up the other item shortly.
I'm sorry, I was multitasking.
In regards to this being brought forward by the administration for the Anchorage water utility.
Absolutely.
Revenue bonds and how user fees might be different, are different from taxes.
Okay, I think I'll let the CFO take that one.
Mr. Frisk?
Thank you. Through the chair, Travis Frisk, CFO. A couple things to delineate here. First and foremost, this is a revenue bond which does not require to be put in front of the people to vote. That's the first thing I want to address. Second thing is the $21 million is to retire a short-term borrowing program in which capital improvement projects for the wastewater and water utility have been done over the last 5 years. We have hit the limit on that short-term borrowing plan. So the process is to run it up to the $21 million range and then issue short revenue bonds to take that cost off and take it into a longer-term portion. The rates are actually monitored and conducted through the RCA, which is the Regulatory Commission of Alaska. So any and all rates that are required to service debt have to be presented to the RCA. The RCA is the one that monitors it and determines if it's a viable debt and a viable use of funds and raise the rates accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Frisk. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-58. The vote is 9-0. The youth members' preferential vote is yes. The motion passes. So we have a technical issue that we're working on resolving concerning the audio, and we're verifying that before we continue. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I don't know if it would help, but maybe what we need to do is just close the line and open it again and have everyone call back in and try to see if that will work. Yeah, so I think...
Mr. Constant,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
I would move to lay on the table this unnumbered emergency ordinance that is an emergency ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly establishing a new criminal offense for open burning to be later codified in Anchorage Municipal Code 8.20, offenses against property. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Who was the second on that?
I think Randy.
Mr. Perez-Verdia? So a motion to move the emergency ordinance that was laid on the table was made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I'm on the right one now. All right. And I apologize for the sound system. We are working on it. This emergency ordinance is being brought forward by the administration and Mr. Constant at this time. We appreciate the co-sponsorship because we are in a current extreme fire danger situation. Currently, the Anchorage Fire Department has responded to a number, last I counted, it was over 40 illegal burns within the municipality of Anchorage. A multitude of those have resulted in wildland fires. Thank goodness for our very experienced and professional fires team. They've been able to extinguish them. But as we go into this weekend, we're predicting temperatures reaching 70, which will only compound that situation. And if wind kicks up, we could be seeing a very critical situation for life and safety within the municipality. So for that reason, we're asking the Assembly to adopt this emergency ordinance, which will be a companion effectively to the AO that was laid on the table for a more long-term discussion. This EO would be in effect for 60 days and hopefully get us through the Memorial weekend, in which time we know people have a propensity to have campfires and all those things. But again, there is a burn ban in effect that's been issued by the fire chief, and we are experiencing extreme fire danger at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Is there any discussion? Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you. The question is for Ms. Demboski or anyone else in the administration. So this seems like a great idea, completely support it, but I'm wondering whether it makes sense to do something that only lasts for 60 days, because doesn't it, it only applies at a time when such burning is suspended, so wouldn't you want this to generally be the case, and then the AFD could, or maybe it's a designation of the mayor, I can't remember, but suspend burning, bring it back, suspend, bring it back, and have this apply at any time when that was in effect? Or maybe it's a question for Dean or Mr. Burke as well. I don't know, you all tell me.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Quinn-Davidson, I'm looking perplexed because I'm not sure I'm 100% following your question. This would... Our initial strategy was to bring forward the AO, but it was drafted earlier, and so we didn't have time to have a special meeting before the holiday weekend, and because of the changing weather conditions, frankly, getting hotter and drier, except for today. Not enough rain, though. We expect it's going to get worse. So as Mr. Constant and I were kind of brainstorming, he thought, if we did this way, we could have something in place while the Assembly then goes on to consider the AO for permanency. However, this would apply as you read the ordinance. It applies when the fire chief has designated a burn ban. So it would be in effect for 60 days. But if he issued a burn ban and then for some reason in 2 weeks he lifted it and then he issued another one, it would still be able to be used for 60 days. Does that make sense?
May I follow up, Madam Chair? Yes, that makes sense. That's what I was hoping it would do beyond 60 days, but I think what you're telling me is it will when if we pass the ordinance we're considering. Okay.
Exactly. And then our intent was the other ordinance will follow normal public process and public participation.
Great.
But because of the extreme fire situation, that's why we're doing this.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you for explaining
You're
that.
welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 questions. One maybe is the first for legal. Violation of this section is a Class A misdemeanor and shall be punishable as set forth in AMC Section 8.05.020. Having not read or memorized that section. We wonder if you could summarize for me what the penalty would be for someone who violates this, so that we can get a sense of what that would mean in terms of holding someone accountable for this.
Patrick Burke through the chair. Class A misdemeanor code and under state statute is punishable by up to 1 year in jail and a $10,000 fine.
Okay. Second question, what is the intention of the administration to communicate this out to the general public, so that, because it seems to me that this is intended to be a deterrent. If people aren't aware of it, it won't be very effective. So what is the intention around making sure that the public is aware of this change and understands both the increased penalty and is just clear on how to follow that? Is there an increased communication plan?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Perez-Verdia, yes, our intention is to robustly put this out in every medium, whether it's in the paper, social media, at community councils. We'll send it out through the Federation of Community Councils, and we're even discussing a potential a small radio bit in order to do a public service announcement. We just feel like it's such a critical issue right now, and after the fire on the hillside, this is just something that is just, it's really, we feel like it's in the best interest of the public.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions were along the same lines as Mr. Perez-Verdia's, and we just got this a little while ago, so I'm trying to look at all of the code sites in here. Can legal walk me through what A.05.020 entails?
Mr. Burke?
Patrick Burke through the chair. I'm sorry, Mr. President, can you repeat the question?
That was actually me.
Oh.
Yep, no problem. So it's page 2, line 18, the code site there, 8.05.020. Can you just explain what that is? I haven't been able to pull that one up yet.
I believe 8.05.020 is the section in the penal code outlining the punishment for Class A misdemeanor. If I can just have 1 second to be sure I'm right. Yeah, so Title 8.05.020 is sentencing and defines a punishment for Class A misdemeanor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Any follow-up? Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Oh, okay. So just make an announcement that on 13 it's too complicated to add an item, so the motion was made in 13B, so they should just get in the queue. That they don't know to get in the queue because of 13B, but that's where it falls, so they just need to get in the queue.
If members wish to get in the queue, you can go ahead and get in the queue for item 13D. Since this is an emergency ordinance and it was laid on the table with a motion to approve, it just falls into place, with the system where we were at on the agenda. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to, I'm going to vote for this a yes, because I just know, I don't remember when it was, if you let me freely speak with Ms. Demboski. Remember the fire we just had out in Eagle River? So what happened there was there were some kids right behind the house. They started a little fire out of cardboard boxes. Neighbors ran out, but it was probably about 2.5 minutes from an entire neighborhood. It's about 2 streets away from me that went up in flames. So I think this is super important, and we need to make sure it happens because there could have been lives and houses lost. Not only that, in the last 2 weeks, I've actually gone to people's houses that have had bonfires, and outdoor pit fires that are worrisome, because we know that if a fire isn't put out properly, a fire will ignite underneath the ground even though you think it's out. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Are you in the queue? Mr. Constant?
And thank you. While this condition exists where we have this burn ban and things are looking really rough, it's important to note that this is both private and public lands are under consideration here, because the burn ban is for public and private lands.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve the unnumbered emergency ordinance. I will note that 9 votes are required for this item to pass. The vote is 9-0. The youth member's preferential vote is yes. The motion passes.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Zabosky?
I would respectfully request immediate reconsideration and urge a no vote.
Is there a motion?
Move to reconsider.
Second.
A motion for immediate reconsideration has been made by Mr. Peterson and seconded by Ms. Allard with a no vote recommended. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to immediately reconsider the emergency ordinance.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, did you intend to vote no?
No, I intended to abstain.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, I'm sure the lawyers will confirm that members are required and have a duty to vote. Members may not abstain or, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Clerk.
The vote is 0-9. The youth member's preferential vote is no. The motion for immediate reconsideration of the emergency ordinance fails. We will now return to the agenda with item 13D, ordinance number AO2022-68, an ordinance amending the zoning map and providing for the rezoning from R4 multifamily residential district to B3 general business district.
Waive reading.
For Bittner subdivision. Thank you. Block 3, lots 1A, 3A, and 6. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Dustin Darden, United States of America, candidate for United States Senate in the state of Alaska. I urge the body for a motion to make an amendment with the second that in all proposed zoning platforms to be rezoned with a amendment added to this particular ordinance that would all people encompassed in the zones included to be exempt from the illegal overreach of government that was just displayed before us in the form of criminalizing.
Mr. Darden, please speak to the item before us regarding the rezoning.
Respectfully, Ms. LaFrance, when you started speaking, you interrupted my time and didn't pause. So I'd like 5 seconds added, plus additional 5 seconds for me having to correct you.
Please continue, Mr. Darden, and speak to the item before us.
Ms. LaFrance, respectfully, do you understand you can make amendments to ordinances in the political process? Do you understand that? Can I ask you that? Is that okay to ask you that rhetorical question?
Mr. Darden, you are off topic. Please speak to the item before us, which pertains to a rezone in West Anchorage.
Yes, I'd like to make I'm asking for you to make an amendment, or anyone in the body of the assembly. I'm going to take this time just for you to educate you, because sometimes we need a little extra help, that you can make an amendment to anything you want in any ordinance. Do you understand that? How many times do you need to hear this? Anything you want to add to any ordinance is possible. I just want to put this on the record so that you no longer interrupt the public, because it's really mean, and you hurt people's feelings, and you violate your oath of office, and then you go to jail for up to a year and a $10,000 fine for AS 1176110.
Please speak to the item before us,
So
Mr.
you
Darden.
can burn your hot dog
Okay,
and you can go to jail.
Your time is up.
I did.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-48. The vote is 9-0. The youth member's preferential vote is yes. The motion passes. We now have before us item 13E, ordinance number AO 2022-49, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of approximately 8.65 acres from CEB3SL Chugiak Eagle River General Business with Special Limitations District to CEB3 Chugiak Eagle River General Business District for P&M subdivision tracts A, B, and C.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. State your name for the record, your community council, the area of the municipality in which you live. Please address the item before us.
Dustin Darden, candidate for United States Senate, here in the great state of Alaska. I'm asking the body, I'm urging the body to make an amendment to this amendment. I'm asking for a showing of a pulse of human existence on this, behind this wall that you have erected, that you made sure was proof from projectiles, which I'm not. I don't believe that this melamine and this plastic
Point of order.
solid, this plastic
Sir,
laminate
please
is going to stop anything significant.
One moment, please. There is a point of order. Mr. Constant, what
Thank
rule?
you. I just believe that the speaker needs to speak to the ordinance.
Yes, it was about,
Please wait, Mr. Darden. The chair needs to rule on the point of order. Thank you, Mr. Constant. It is the chair's opinion that the speaker is off topic. Please speak to the ordinance before us, Mr. Darden. You may continue.
respectfully, Mr. Vice Chair, through the chair, Mr. Vice Chair, do you understand that in an amendment to an amendment, that you could interject any bit of language within a 3-minute period?
You need to stop speaking. You are off topic. I'm going to end your testimony now because you have not spoken to the item before us. You have been repeatedly warned. Your testimony is over.
So you're violating your
Your
oath of
testimony
office
is over.
and the Constitution?
Security, please escort Mr. Darden out. You are creating an actual disruption of this meeting. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? If so, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-49. The vote is 9-0. The youth members' preferential vote is yes. The motion passes. We now have before us item 13F, ordinance number AO 2022-59, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 6.10.030 and 6.30.050 and 6.40.015 relating to the Chief Fiscal Officer's certification of funds, financial reporting, and
Wait
role
for
in the
your name.
budget. Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. There is an S version available, and it is the intent of the sponsor to postpone and continue the public hearing. Is that correct, Ms. Quinn Davidson, to postpone this item to June 7? Is the
Yes.
intent?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. Welcome.
Thank you. Irene Queednow, District 3, represented by Eagle River. I have testified, 2022-59 is another of one of your temper tantrums. I have called them before on two other ordinances, AO 2021-91 and AO 2021-90/113 that you changed. When you cannot get what you want legally or by bending the law, so hoping to squeeze by the public's notice for doing so, then you change the law to take away the power from the people it belongs to. In this case, the CFO. You didn't like that he didn't certify your budget because there were no funds in the accounts, and so now you're taking that away from him so he can spend money at will. You've done it before, you're doing it again, and I'm calling you out on it again. The definition of a dictator, you want to have the legislative power, the executive power, and the judicial power all in one. A definition of a dictator in the dictionary is as follows: a person exercising absolute power, especially a ruler who has absolute unrestricted control in a government without hereditary succession. Obviously, we're not talking about you are voted in, but you want the power, and your claim that this has nothing to do with power is not true, because here you're taking it away again, giving it to yourself. It is all about power. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Please refrain from clapping. Ms. Quinn Davidson? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute pause.
Niall Sherwood Williams. I'd appreciate members of the audience shutting their mouth, and members of the dais, please refrain from interrupting members of the public. This is one of about 3 or 4 ordinances that I see tonight that are very important. The Assembly is responsible for writing ordinances that must conform to state and federal law. The Chief Fiscal Officer serves through the pleasure of the mayor. However, he has a duty to be honest, to have integrity to the numbers, and to present factual estimates as to the ordinances and their economic effect. This is a part that I feel that the Assembly has been lacking in their duty, where oftentimes at the bottom of an ordinance you will see the economic impact is listed as 0, when any reasonable member of the public would come to the conclusion that it must affect some part of the economy. I would like to say that all of the municipal budget needs to be listed online, readily accessible to the public, everything, including your salaries and that of your staff and everything, your expenses, all of it. When the CFO puts his name on the line, he's taken his CPA license and he's betting it on the fact that what he's putting forward, to the best of his knowledge, through the chair to the municipal attorney, Patrick Burkt, and he's doing so with the reasonable expectation that those numbers are accurate. I mean, if we have a concern with the budget, every one of you that got reelected stated how you were working with the mayor and you had only a fractional dispute of a nearly $550 million budget. That's not true. We know that. At the end, you just shook hands and said we need to move forward. You better get it right. The people are watching.
Thank you for your testimony. Please come forward. Please state your name for the record and your community council or the area of the muni in which you live.
Jordan Harari, what he said. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If there's anyone else who'd like to testify, please line up. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
My name is Sherry South. I want to speak to this because I have sat in this chamber. You say you want to make sure that he's giving you good information and blah, blah. I've sat in this chamber when you've had items before you, and we were told by the chief financial officer that we had a $50 million deficit. I mean, the number was very close to that. He said in his own words, we don't have a basket of money we can take to pay for these expenditures. I don't know how more clearly he could say it. We don't have the money. It's absolutely reckless and irresponsible for you guys to pass this budget, and you pass them. I've seen you do it multiple times, so why do you care? He gives you good information and you vote against him anyway. You guys are irresponsible, you're reckless, and you can't, and there's just no end to the madness. You have to pay attention to the information that you're given, and you have to act appropriately on it. And when you're told we don't have the money, where's this money going to come from? How much debt do we have to pay to our children, our grandchildren, because of your reckless irresponsibility? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Are you coming around, sir? And again, if there's anyone else who wishes to speak, please line up behind the podium.
Paul Bear. So, like she's saying, you guys, you're trying to grab money from somewhere that, you know, is empty. You guys are like the, you're like the kids living in the parents' basement asking the parents to pay for everything. We're the parents. You guys, I mean, you have no products to sell. You know, your revenue comes from us. You're pushing us into the red ink. I mean, what are we supposed to think when, you know, there's no more surplus? We got crap that needs to be done, you know, but you guys are just kind of smoke and mirrors, you know, on whatever you're going to put it on. There needs to be an itemized budget. There needs to be, you know, everything needs to be disclosed. I mean, I go to the grocery store, I spend $300. I got a list. I know where that $300 went. Where's this millions and tens and hundreds of millions of dollars going? You know, you guys got your all your projects, all this, whatnot. You know, we got construction, yeah. We got needs, we got maintenance, but let's maybe be a little more fiscally responsible than just something that's a little, you know, I don't know, vague on what you're going to appropriate these funds for. That's all I got to say. I'm sick and tired of paying for the freaking kids' gas bill. How about that?
Thank you for your testimony. Again, to the gentleman in the back row there at the very end, please refrain from clapping. This is your first warning. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or your area of the community in which you live.
Dustin Sherman, South Anchorage, represented by Mr. Salt and Ms. LaFrance. I want to echo the last three testifiers, and as the parents of you guys are all grounded.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Yeah, it's Eric Lambertson, and I'll refrain from making any gestures that could be misunderstood by certain members of the individuals that are before me. You guys have vacant eyes. Your eyes look at me and I don't see anything coming back except some kind of a black hole. And that's what you think about when you try and put together a budget. It's a stinking black hole. Nobody has any accountability, and you want to take the one person away that is going to give you some kind of a number or numbers that you would have a reference to say, oh, well, we can't afford that. No, you're going to just say, oh, well, we're sort of like the Federal Reserve. We're going to print it out of nowhere. We're going to dig it out of a muck hole, and we're going to stir up the mud and bring out a bunch of crap, and we're going to put it on the citizens to pay for. We didn't ask you to be here. The Dominion voting machines, mail-in ballots, the clerk of what you have as a clerk, you've assessed
Sir,
that is the person that wants.
to the
I'm
item
speaking
before
to
us.
it. Every bit of what I'm saying is to the point. You want full and absolute power. You want absolute
to the item
power.
before us pertaining to
This
the
is
chief.
absolute power. You want no accountability, no fiscal responsibility. You've spent us into a damn hole, and I want it to stop. I want you to be gone.
This is a second warning to the gentleman in the back row. One more time and you will be asked to leave. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Move to postpone to June 7th.
Second.
A motion to postpone to the meeting of June 7th has been made by Ms. Quinn Davidson and seconded by Mr. Constant. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AO 2022-59 to the meeting of June 7. The vote is 6-2. The youth members' vote, preferential vote is no. The motion passes. This item will be before us at the meeting of June 7. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. In the interest of getting the two items that are in the quasi-judicial section done before we enter the rest of those public hearings, I would make a motion to change the order of the day now to take up items 15A and 15B.
Second.
A motion to change the order of the day to take up items 15A and 15B next has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Seeking unanimous consent to the motion to change the order of the day, is there any opposition? Seeing none, we have changed the order of the day now to take up the two quasi-judicial items. I want to note that the items in this section of the agenda involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative role because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications except in liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. We now have before us item 15A, resolution number AR 2022-168, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for One Stop LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M24541, doing business as Relief and located at 910 West International Airport Road.
Reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. I want to note that there is someone available on the phone if Assembly members have questions on this item. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-168. The motion passes 9-0. We now have before us item 15B, resolution number AR 2022-169, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for beverage dispensary duplicate license number 6019 for Hickle Investment Company, DBA The Cubby.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward and state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. Welcome.
Assembly members, Mayor Bronson, staff. My name is Jesse Thacker of District 5, West Dunbar, and I just have a statement. With the shutdown of all the businesses, it's kind of sad to see the only thing we're really pushing through is marijuana and liquor continually. Yeah. And we really, really do need businesses that have production. So I just would like people to kind of look into their fiscal budget, because businesses pay taxes to help fund, and businesses that produce hire people that are productive to our society. Too much leisure kills our economy. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. If there are any other members of the public who wish to speak, please form a line here behind the podium. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Joan, and I'm in Randy Salt in your district. And I just want to say that you are always approving more liquor license stuff going on in our city, yet we have an issue with the homeless people buying alcohol, and I don't know if they do marijuana too, but whatever. I'm just saying that why are we passing this stuff and letting it go while we're, on the other hand, trying to alleviate the problem? That's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. The body does approve. The body does approve many marijuana and liquor licenses without much discussion. I was thinking back to the award we gave earlier to the APD officer. And one of the things that was said as commendable was that she was able to charge a corporation or a business with assault. So I find that interesting. Will brown jugs and et al. Other liquor stores be charged in DUIs, as we see in the scenario with Second Amendment protected activity, where gun ownership is being criminalized? We saw it in the recent decision against the drug companies with regards to the opioids, the drug epidemic that's now raided our doorstep. I mean, literally, the Department of Health and Human Services for our state is running an ad campaign with regards to fentanyl. These things are super closely linked. And I would like to ask, what on the Cubby's menu supports the service of alcohol and liquor? What exactly about that restaurant supports service of alcohol from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.? I mean, if we're just going to have it be a package store and they can sell to the hotel guests, they do that in Vegas, they do that many other places across the country. But let's advertise it as it is, please. Is it going to be an on-site consumption or a package store? I'd like to see some robust and wide-open debate for every liquor license and marijuana license. And I want to see the petitioner here. And another thing, looking back to the last one with the marijuana, there's a part in there about the smell and odor being detectable. I would like to say there's many stores that violate that.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Dustin Sherman, South Anchorage. I'm on the fence with this. The reason I kind of weighing this is because I actually work in an establishment that serves alcohol. The one thing that I would like to know is, in the last 10 years, has our DUI numbers gone up or down? Because our liquor stores have sure gone up, and our population has sure gone down. So I think that needs to be looked at before any other new liquor stores are put in town. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. The Cubby is a small cafe and restaurant within the walls of the Captain Cook Hotel. They have several liquor licenses within, and I think that the argument for why they would do this is a simple argument of it's their right to commerce. And so this is a simple addition to their menu of offerings in the Captain Cook Hotel, and it's a worthy opportunity to allow them to continue and expand their business.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-169. The motion passes 9-0. We will now return back to the 14s. But before we do that, Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move a resolution for setting for a public hearing for the next meeting. It's a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly appropriating ARPA funds for 2021 local fiscal recovery funds in an amount not to exceed $51,658,683 when tendered.
Second.
Third.
Thank you.
Move to set for public hearing on the meeting of June 7, 2022 by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson, with a third from Mr. Perez-Verdia. Next, we have before us item 14A, resolution number AR 2022-101, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly naming the Public Transportation Department Administration Building in honor of John S. Parks. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. This committee was established first more than 5 years ago, I think, with the intent to identify a building within the transit system to name after Mr. Parks, because he was in fact the father of the people mover system, and he became known as such because in the Fairview neighborhood they had no way to get around, they had no opportunities, and he demanded from the city that a van be established to help people in that neighborhood, which was kind of kept off to the side and underdeveloped, with no street lights or any kind of amenities improved, unlike the rest of the city, though they were paying taxes. And so he fought hard to make sure that the people had an opportunity to experience the benefits of living in this whole town, and by creating the people mover system. And so the purpose of this ordinance is to rename, sadly, not the first building that was determined to be the location established as the John Parks building, which was going to be the transit center that has become a political football in the downtown between various development projects, and kind of in a condition of we don't want that here, that continues to exist in the downtown. So as a second decision, and this is a good decision, this group and team did a lot of work, and this was one of the original locations, but it was the second best location in the first opportunity. But this is still a great building, and the building is in fact the administrative hub for the transit department for the municipality. And it's a beautiful building and worthy of Mr. Parks' name.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if there are any members of the panel who are here. Okay. So I want to thank the panel members for all of their work. Going back to what Mr. Constant alluded to, I was actually the staff person for the original panel that made the recommendation for the downtown transit center, but unfortunately that wasn't able to go through. So I appreciate the work the panel did to get to this point. Mr. Parks, he did a lot for our community, and I wish Mr. Cal Williams were here. He would be able to really talk about the great work that Mr. Parks did for Fairview and for our entire community. And, interestingly enough, when Mr. Parks tried to first set up the People Mover system, there was a significant amount of opposition in our community to it. And, but Mr. Parks saw the benefit, and he pushed for it, and he eventually succeeded. And so I thank him for his efforts. I definitely look forward to supporting this, but also look forward to when that sort of political football downtown is finally concluded, however long that takes, to the potential of finding a way to honor Mr. Parks in the downtown transit center in I think, a much more public and robust way. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-101. The motion passes 9-0. We now have before us item 14B, ordinance number AO 2022-61, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, updating the Assembly primary point of contact for government-to-government relations with the native village of Eklutna. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams, item number 2 of tonight's threats to our Constitution. So the Constitution clearly states that it is a federal right to negotiate with tribes. As a city, you don't have the right. Secondly, it violates when you give a certain group a privilege or a right beyond the general citizens, that violates our right to equal protection. It's guaranteed under the 14th Amendment, Section 1. And what that does is it enjoins cities and states to defend our rights. Here, you're giving exclusive ability to be able to negotiate things that are a federal right to negotiate. It's not your duty, it's not your responsibility. This is particularly important right now with the ANCSA process that has been initiated in our state. Negotiations with federal tribes, the stipulations of land. Where will land go? Who owns it? And I know y'all are just looking out in space right now and you think I'm off topic. But truly, who owns the land? You've been chanting in these chambers since I've arrived in this city. Blaspheming. This is God's land. I'll repeat it. This is God's land. So let me be very clear. When someone comes up to this microphone, this as well applies to community council presidents. I have a problem with them getting 5 minutes. Native tribe of Eklutna should not get 5 minutes. Every man and woman puts them shoes on one at a time. Equal protection under the law. We'll put this plaque up here today. Honor your oath.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Again, audience members, please refrain from clapping. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Irene Queetnow, District 3, and I have to change my line. I'm now represented by members Allard and Salt and Cross, so not just Eagle River. I would highly encourage you to go through the Eagle River members before passing this. If the assembly would come and tell, doesn't matter which district, let's say my district, District 3, and say, we're gonna designate somebody that can negotiate with the assembly, circumventing you as the representatives for that district, and we decide who that is, you would not be happy about that. And so I'm just asking that you grant the same courtesy to the Eagle River Chewiak district, that you go through their assembly members first before you bring that to vote, because they should be in that process and not be told, oh, by the way, now all of a sudden this is not part of your district anymore and we're going to do this direct. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Ms. Quidno? Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Irene. So one of the things I was going to bring forward, and I was going to ask your opinion on it, was that because of this ordinance change, do you believe that the assembly, one of or both of the assembly members from Chewiak Eagle River should be the designee, since the majority of the land, of the Klutna land, is located in Chewiak Eagle River?
That would be the most logical solution, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony. Please come forward. State your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live. And if you could turn on the microphone, please.
Shishi Iji, Tlakonkaiga Echelon, Stephen Holly Echelon, the Nina Echelon. My name is Stephen Holly. I reside here in Anchorage on the west side, over in the Turnagain District. And I also am an honorary member of Eklutna. I'm a Denina member. And so when we talk about rights on a government-to-government relationship, I take it very, very of note. The proceedings I've seen in this room, as far as giving the public a chance to talk, have been limited. But what I've seen makes me worry. So when you're talking about a government-to-government from a federally recognized tribe to a municipality, a lot of your needs are a bit different than what you would expect. A large amount of my people reside here in Anchorage, and we don't find too much support for who we are until recently. Underneath this new mayor, we've actually been able to have recognition of who we are and of our place names. I mean, this is a good forward direction. So when it comes to the assembly approaching my families on a government-to-government relationship, I do have some concerns. When you want to talk about the community needs of an area that has been there since time immemorial, but here recently told to be within one spot when we are traditionally a nomadic people, there are some issues that you would need to understand on a federal level. So I just like to put out there, when it comes to the assembly, talking with my people, I hope that it doesn't follow the same path as today has, in which people were actually given an opportunity to speak here recently, just a few hours ago, to talk on a matter very dear to the heart. And when a vote was put up in front of you all, only 3 members sunk that opportunity for us to speak. I hope that you do not take that same approach when talking with a fairly recognized tribe, one that has the families that I'm related to. Janan.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir, Ms. Allard has a question for you. Folks, please refrain from clapping.
Thank you very much.
It interferes with the audio. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
I was unable to hear your name. You said it in your native tongue. Can you please repeat it for me to understand?
Stephen Hawley is the name that I was given by the government, and that's the one I claim. but also my name that given by my people that I also claim is Tkon Kaiga, which means wolf shadow, but it's more of a shadow of the self, similar to a spirit.
So if I called you Wolf Shadow, is that okay? Thank
Yes.
you. Wolf Shadow, I have a question for you.
Okay.
The majority of the Klutna land lies within our district, mine and Mr. Cross's district. We've had very limited input and say, mainly because we are outnumbered on the assembly. We would like to be able to represent our neighbors. We live there, we experience it, and we believe as a community of Chugiak Eagle River that we would be best to help the government-to-government relations with the Klutna tribe.
Your question, Ms. Allard?
What?
No, this is a time... You need to refrain from shouting. This is a time for clarifying questions. Please state your clarifying question, Ms. Allard.
Wolf Shadow, would you and maybe your fellow tribe members be willing to support myself or Mr. Cross as being the designee for the assembly to represent our own community that you are located? I know you live here, but...
For one, if I spoke for my people, my aunties would kill me.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, would you be willing to actually come and talk to us? Because I have no idea. I've never seen you guys speak to my people.
Absolutely. I speak
I
to
have not
Klutna
heard-
Inc., and absolutely, I would love to do that. I will reach out to you if you can leave me your name and number, and I'd love to do that with Mr. Cross and I.
Okay.
Thank you, Wolf Shadow.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant has
Thank
a
you.
clarifying question.
Do you know Aaron Leggett?
Yes.
So would it surprise you to know that Aaron Leggett was the partner in drafting this legislation?
I would be surprised, but I mean, the thing about the discussions with leadership inside of a tribal environment, Aaron doesn't speak for all of us.
I can appreciate that. The other group, though, that we met with was the Tribal Council. They were actually co-drafters of this as well. So I just want you to know that we didn't just do this, that this change was drafted in accord with that group and our process where we establish biannual meetings, and we meet with them regularly to understand each other and have a better relationship.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. We can speak more to this piece in
We can
debate.
talk offline.
Would you like me to answer or respond?
Was that a question?
I just want you to know that's the basis.
I don't think there was a question in there,
right.
sir. I think
Thank you.
Mr. Constant wanted to provide some clarifying information, but we try to keep that to debate.
Janan.
Again, I ask members of the audience to please refrain from shouting. You are disrupting this meeting. I'm sorry, sir. It's hard to hear when people are shouting and clapping. Thank you for your testimony.
Janan.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Cross. Mr.
Yeah,
Constant?
thank you. I would like to get Mr. Leggett on the phone.
Well,
Hi, is this Mr. Leggett?
yeah.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and Member Constant, or Vice Chair Constant, has some questions for you. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Aaron, I have just a couple of quick questions. What's your role with the tribe?
I'm the president of the Native Village of Eklutna.
President of the Village of Eklutna, thank you. And in the conversations that we've had over the last few years on this government-to-government relations, you've been a party to that, right? Your whole organization has been a partner to this.
Correct.
Thank you. The last question is, were you briefed on and do you support this ordinance change?
No, I don't know. What ordinance are you referring to?
This is the one in which we allow for a delegation to another assembly member rather than the chair.
Oh, okay, yes, then I have been briefed on that. That is correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Leggett. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to move to amend, and I sent the language to Ms. Jones. It doesn't substantially change anything. It does a little bit of, but I want to move. Do you want me to say it out loud? Read it into the record?
Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Perez-Verdia, and then we'll ask for a second after you read it.
So it changes the language to the mayor or his/her designee shall be the point of contact between the municipality and the native village of Eklutna. The chair of the assembly or an assembly member designated by the chair shall be the point of contact between the assembly and the native village of Eklutna. The native village of Eklutna designee shall have direct access to the mayor and assembly chair on issues related to the native village. So if I can get a second, I'll just explain it.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
In the original language, it's confusing because it says designee will have direct access to the mayor, but in the previous sentence, designee is the mayor's designee. And so it's kind of confusing in that way. And it says that the native village will have access to the mayor, but it doesn't say direct access to the assembly chair as well. So this cleans it up so that it's clear that the native village has direct access to the mayor and the assembly chair, and it's clear what we mean by designee.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. I'll go through the queue, and if you want to speak to the amendment, you may, or if you just want to stay in the queue for the main motion, that's fine. Mr. Cross?
Yes, just for clarification for individuals, is that I would move to, I'm looking to support this. I do like Perez-Verdia's amendment. I would also either like to add an amendment that the assembly may designate an individual from the assembly whom represents or whom in Eklutna lies, I guess, within the jurisdiction. I just want to make sure that the individual that the assembly would designate would be from our district where Eklutna lies.
Chugiak Eagle River.
You know, so that way, because we are already responsible and we have a relationship with the community councils that surround it, the Eklutna Community Council, we're in there, we're part of it, so it would make sense that that individual would, that the assembly would assign from our district would be an individual who's already in there and immersed in it.
So is that an amendment to the amendment?
I guess it is an amendment
Just-
to an amendment,
just hold on
which
okay.
is to assign that the assembly member, let me think how I would word this. Districts may change, so I don't want to tie it to a district, so I guess if I had to word this right, assembly member from the district in which Eklutna lies, in case districts change in the future, and there's a redrawing, that way that individual. Yeah, I guess so, okay. So an assembly member designated by the chair from Chugiak Eagle River District 2.
Second.
So wait a second here. Let's get on the language, Mr.
Yeah.
Cross.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to withdraw that for now. What we're going to do is just move with Cameron.
Okay, so we'll take up Mr. Perez Verdia's amendment, and then we will come back to you
Yes,
for another
ma'am. Thank you.
amendment. So the queue's growing long, and I can only see so far, so I'll take you out of this for now, Mr. Cross, and go through it. Ms. Allard on the amendment.
I support Cameron's amendment. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. I'll go to Mr. Constant first on the amendment. Okay, I'm just going to take everybody out for now. And then Mr. Perez Verdia, are you out as well? Okay, so I don't see anyone else in the queue on Mr. Perez Verdia's amendment. Members may...
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I'm having a hard time here. Could I ask Mr. Perez Verdia just to read it one more time so I can hear it? Is it up there?
Yes, and it should be up there, but that's fine, Mr. Perez
Madam
Verdia.
Chair, sorry, it's on our screens as well. Yeah.
And it's up here on the screen too for members of the public.
So may I ask a question? Is what Mr. Perez Verdia is recommending would replace what's here? Because a lot of this language is repeated. So I'm just trying to figure out, am I looking at, there's no underlines or anything. So what am I looking at specifically?
Go ahead, Mr. Perez Verdia.
Yes, so in section 1, the tabbed in paragraph, this would replace that.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. The amendment passes 9-0. Mr. Cross?
Thank you.
Two things.
I would like to move to amend, and I would like it to state that the assembly or an assembly member from District 2 Chugach Eagle River as designated by the chair shall be the point of contact.
Mr. Cross, can you repeat that? Did you include both or one? Can you repeat that? Or Ms.
Go ahead,
Ms.
Mr. Cross. Actually, would you go ahead and repeat it, please?
I don't know if it still falls on line 26, but as underlined where it says of the assembly or an assembly member from District 2 Chugach Eagle River as designated by the chair shall be the point of contact. I'm looking to for a verbiage that specifies the district in which the assembly's representative would come from.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. And the second on that was?
Second.
Mr. Soltz or Ms. Allard? Ms. Allard?
I'd like to amend the amendment.
Okay, were you the second on the amendment?
Soltz could second it, then I'll...
Okay, so Mr. Soltz was the second, and I'll go through the queue. Ms. Jones, do you have it? We're just going to confirm here that we have the language.
Can we take a 2-minute break so that we can iron out the verbiage specifically? Thank you. So we're not going back with amendments on top of amendments?
Okay, yep, we can go ahead and do that. We will take 5 minutes.
And we'll work with
let's see who had the floor. Okay, so we will go to Mr. Cross first, and then to Ms. Allard. And again, if folks could please take their seats. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. And it's interesting what happens when you throw a little thing. It's like the butterfly effect, isn't it? Next thing you know, it's... So my amendment should state, to amend to say, the mayor or his or her designee shall be the point of contact between the municipality and the native village of Eklutna. The chair of the assembly or an assembly member, adding plus the assembly members from District 2, Chugach Eagle River, comma, shall be designated by the chair to be the points of contact between the assembly and the native village of Eklutna.
Second.
The native village of Eklutna designated shall have direct access to the mayor and the assembly chair on issues related to the native village. And what we've...
Thank you, Mr. Cross, and that was seconded by Ms. Allard. And do you want to speak further to your amendment?
Yeah, you know, my intention was to make sure that an assembly member who deals closely with the native village of Eklutna, obviously because we're at the community councils and we often talk that we're engaged in the process, that individual would be a representative. But also, we had to structure it in such a way that if you had an individual that was out that or missing or for whatever reason, that the chair could still be designated as an individual, but limit it to 3 so we don't break the Open Meeting Act. So there was a lot that went into consideration for this alternative, making sure that we stay with 3 or under so we don't violate open meetings, but making sure individuals are within that district, and at the same time giving the chair the authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, and I appreciate Kevin working with me on this. It's really important, and I appreciate the Assembly body recognizing the Eklutna tribe and the government-to-government conversation. And as Wolf Shadow had stated earlier, he has not been heard, and he wants to be heard, and I want to respect that. Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge support of this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Travis, could we call again?
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Leggett.
Yep.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and Vice Chair Constant has additional questions for you. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Go. Yep.
Thank you. So when we first passed this ordinance a couple of years ago, we had this conversation, and it's a conversation that bears repeating right now. The question is whether the representatives from Eagle River should be designated as the points of contact with the native village. And I'm hoping you can provide some perspective that you
Absolutely.
and the Tribal Council have kind of brought to us.
Yep. Okay, so the native village of Eklutna is the only federally recognized tribe in the entire municipality of Anchorage. Our traditional homeland covers the entire municipality. Currently, the native village of Eklutna has approximately 300 tribal members. Of those 300 tribal members, about 50 live in the native village of Eklutna. In other words, our tribal members are represented in every single district within the municipality of Anchorage, and also we have members that live outside of the city or outside of Alaska. The native village, as we think of it today, is a consequence of having our 328,000-acre educational reserve whittled down to 1,080 acres by the early 1960s, with withdrawals going back from 1926 up to the 1971 with the passage of the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. Eklutna Inc., the largest private landholder in the municipality of Anchorage, has land holdings throughout the entire municipality. Certainly a significant portion of its land holdings are within the Eagle River Chugach District. However, that does not define our traditional homeland and the areas that we represent both politically and economically.
Thank you. Maybe stay on the line in case others have questions.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Leggett. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Mr. Leggett sharing that information. I think it's really important, and I would just go on record as saying I cannot support this amendment. I think it's really important that the Native Village of Eklutna have direct access to the chair, and that if the chair is not able to, has a designee that is appropriate. And so I think that decision should be left to the chair, and that they should be able to come to those meetings with Eklutna understanding that that person was chosen by the chair. I think that's the most respectful way to establish this relationship and ensure that we have good relationships into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to Mr. Leggett for that information. I was actually going to say something similar, but he, of course, said it better. So I had a question, which is that I think, and it looks like the clerk has just capitalized it to call attention. I think there was a little bit of a Scrivener's error, so we're just trying to figure out what that language is. So shall be designated by the chair, as the points of contact. So she moved the shall be to where the bolded is. I don't know, Madam Chair, if you want to make sure that was the intent of the mover and seconder.
Through the chair, I emailed the amendment as Mr. Cross and Ms. Allard agreed to it, but the legislative drafting does not show up when I pasted it into the motion. And so I capitalized the additional language that's been added to the motion that you can see in front of you now, and I bracketed the language that's to be struck out.
Okay, thank you. And then just another comment, if that's okay, Madam Chair. I'm a little torn on this because I do understand that the village center is in your district. So I do understand that, and I can see why you would want this amendment to pass. But I also, hearing the numbers from Mr. Leggett that, 50 individuals are there and there's 300 tribal members, to me that means, my district might have more than Chugach River. So, and I don't even know if that's the right way to determine it. It seems like the chair is the lead of this body and should have that direct contact. So anyway, I'm still thinking about it, but I appreciate you bringing it forward and also find some challenges with it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Solt?
Thanks. So I have a clarification question on what Mr. Perez-Verdia, how he stated it. So my understanding is really the chair still has the ability to assign an assembly member. However, the two members from Eagle River will be there to represent. So we basically moved it from one assembly member being assigned to now you have the potential for 3. Am I reading that correctly?
Mr. Solt, is that a question for Mr. Cross?
Sure.
Mr. Cross, would you like to respond?
Yes.
Okay.
That way, if something happened to either Jamie or myself, or and not only that, but let's be honest. Let's say that in another district, an individual who is a member of Eklutna should come to office. Then obviously we would not to exclude them from representing and having a relationship. So the ability of in maintaining the ability of the chair to assign a representative role outside our district is still there. But this does assure that we are that the individuals who represent the area surrounding the native village of Eklutna will be part of that process.
Okay, and then one more question, Ms. Chair.
Go ahead.
So the second one is this intended to be for all 300 members of the tribe or just for the village of Eklutna that lies in District 2? I guess, is it geographical or is it people-based?
Mr. Constant would like to speak to that, but I believe the question was to the sponsor of the amendment.
Well, the people of Eklutna are not limited geographically, like Wolf Shadow stated. They're kind of nomadic, and in fact, it's interesting to note. I will tell you, this happened at the last Chugach Community Council, where they're discussing issues related to Eklutna. and that many of them don't even live in the state of Alaska anymore. And so, and so there's a little bit of, not disenfranchisement, but a lack of engagement even with some of the members. And so I'm really looking forward to helping get these individuals re-engaged with their homeland and working, it's kind of why we're pushing this. We understand the issues that surround and the challenges that the Eklutna has had and protecting them into the future. So we just want to make sure we're engaged in that process. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Ms. Quinn Davidson, one of the reasons I felt that this was super important to bring forward is because we're representing Chugach Eagle River, which has the largest landmass of the Eklutna tribe as far as land. Plus, Eklutna Inc. is located there. We do a lot of negotiations with them. It's not just representing the 300 members that are spread out and the 40 members that live there. I've spoken to numerous members of Eklutna tribe and other members who are not part of the tribe but are also Eklutna, and they said that they would like to be represented by the people who live in Chugach Eagle River. But this also impacts 47, maybe, I don't remember the number that's changed, but 48,000 residents of Chugach Eagle River. We're not excluding anybody from the being on, the assembly being on that committee or the board or the discussions. What we're doing is just guaranteeing that 2 members from Chugach Eagle River are there to speak for the individuals of all of Chugach Eagle River, along with either the chair or who she designates to be there too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of comments. The president-in-chief of the native village of Eklutna just spoke and said he does not want the designated members of Eklutna. He would like to have representation across the entire city. And so I think we need to respect that. Second, I want to just point out that the question about, in this, it says the chair of the assembly or assembly member, and it needs to have designated assembly member. That word got lost there because it just says the chair of the assembly or an assembly member. So that's confusing. And then it says plus the assembly members from District 2 shall be, which indicates to me that all 3 shall be. And so it isn't really if in my mind, it isn't if somebody is not available. It's all 3 are the designated. And so I wonder functionally how that happens when you have 3 people that are responsible for that. And so I don't know if that's what you intended, but I think that can be a challenge to have 3 people who are the designated members. So just 2 questions around the language there. And yeah, I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. I will continue through the queue. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I just want to speak briefly to the underlying code. The purpose of the code isn't for the municipal government to protect or do anything for the native village of Eklutna. What the intent of the underlying code section is to meet them as equals and to hear from them their needs, find common cause, and build together with them projects for the future that meet all of our needs. And it's in some ways to get us out of the role of trying to direct to them how they should be doing their business. And so I just want to be really clear, the underlying function of what we're talking about is creating an open channel of communication so that they're heard and their goals can be more readily achieved within our process, and our system can be very conscientious of our impacts upon the people who make up the native village of Eklutna.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that comment, Mr. Constant. I'd also like to follow up. I don't want to disenfranchise 48,000 people that live in Chugach Eagle River. I want to bridge that gap, and the way to do that is to bring the representatives from Chugach Eagle River in to bridge the gap so there is no discrimination of one against the other. This is a melting pot, and that's what I want to see happen. That's why we want to make sure that there is another member that the chair could designate to be on that committee. It's really important that I appreciate Mr. Mr. Liggett's perspective, but I am torn a little bit on only having his perspective because I have spoken to other individuals, and without hearing from all 300 members or 47,000 people of Chugach Eagle River, to take Chugach Eagle River representatives out of it completely, have we done in the past, is just unfair to be able to discuss and represent our community accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Mr. France, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the conversation and debate surrounding this amendment, and also appreciate the members from Chugach Eagle River wanting to advocate for those who do live in their district. I want to point out a few things. This 8-word, or started as an 8-word proposed change, was intended to address an issue of logistics. So as the chair, I coordinate with folks from the native village of Eklutna in planning our meetings between the native village of Eklutna and the assembly. And under the existing code, if for some reason the chair, and I serving in that role, is not available for that meeting, I am not able to even designate the vice chair as a backup to coordinate on the planning of the meetings between these two bodies. There is no committee. Everyone on this body is a part of those government-to-government relations. And the assembly leadership, and it's just been limited to the chair, coordinates again in advance on the agenda items for those meetings. Now, as those of you know who've been on the body, what often happens is there are a number of to-do action items that result from those meetings where different members who are not part of assembly leadership work with members of the native village of Eklutna on those items. There is nothing whatsoever in this arrangement that prevents any member of the body working with someone from the native village of Eklutna. So again, I just would like to point out that what started, as an 8-word proposed change was again just intended to ensure that someone from assembly leadership, or in some cases on this body, we have had instances where a chair serves for 6 months, and yet these two bodies may only meet twice a year. And so that's a lot of turnover. And so again, the intent is for planning purposes and to ensure continuity, and in no way does it prevent any members of this body, especially those from District 2, from working with folks who live in that district and who are part of the native village of Eklutna for representing and advocating on certain issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Solt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just have Mr. Leggett confirm that he did not want the members from Eagle River representing Eklutna?
Yes, Mr. Leggett?
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
point of information, I guess. That's not what I said.
Okay, hey, folks in the audience,
Well,
again.
I'll clarify
But
this.
let's
So
go
in
ahead.
working with the three assembly members to develop this, we went and discussed this round and round. And again, recognizing that the native village of Eklutna's constituency, who primarily live in Anchorage, we felt that having the chair, and it was an oversight to not have the chair's designee, be the one to work with the tribe to convene the meetings. Also, one other point of clarification, as per the Constitution of the native village of Eklutna, I am the only one as the president, or i.e. the president is the only one authorized to speak on behalf of the tribe.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Leggett. One moment, Ms. Allard. Any follow-up, Mr. Schultz?
So I'm still not sure I got the answer. So, because that's what this, speaking to the amendment, we're adding these two members without choice, and it's his choice to have them there or not.
Mr. Leggett, was there anything you wanted to add in response to Mr. Salt's follow-up question?
Well, again, the assembly changes. It's hard to know. I don't want to codify in law that it to be the two representatives from Eagle River. Again, I think the solution that we had worked out was the most equitable.
Thank you, Mr. Leggett. Thank you, Mr. Salt. I'll go back through the queue. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like permission to call Debbie Fullenwider, please. She's a member of the Klutna tribe.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Does he need?
Yes, if you could go to Mr. Turner.
Good call, Jamie.
Hello?
Hi, ma'am, you are on with the Anchorage.
Hello?
Hi, are you there? Can you hear me? This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and Member Allard has a question for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard. And ma'am, would you state your name for the record, please? Actually, I think she may have dropped. Okay, let's give it a...
Hello?
Hi, ma'am. This is...
Yeah.
Great. It sounds like you can hear us okay. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly. And would you state your name, please?
Yes, my name is Alice Debbie Fullenwider.
Thank you. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to ask a couple so people get a little understanding of who Ms. Fullenwider is. Ms. Fullenwider, can you tell us a little bit about your relation to the Klutna tribe, please?
Yes, I have been a member of the native village of Klutna since the day they started, and that's quite a few years ago, and have been involved in the powwow that they have, been a volunteer when I can, and the reason why I volunteer and am a member is because my grandfather, who was the chief, Klutna Alex, as they called him there in the Klutna, was my grandfather, and always said to me in his own language, which was Athabaskan, which my mother would translate, that we need to help our people as much as possible.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Debbie, I'm just going to ask you a question, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot with your age, but how old are you, please?
I don't mind telling you how old I am. Kind of proud. I'm 81.
There you go. So she has quite a bit of experience. Mrs. Fullenwider, I am calling you, and I know you are a member of the Klutna tribe. Could you tell me how you feel about Eagle River, or Chugiak Eagle River being representatives in regards to the government-to-government relations with the Klutna, native village of Klutna tribe, please? Your opinion?
I believe that as a member, that we should be working with our representative from Chugach Eagle River, always have. And the reason why I say that is at one time I was the president of the Klutna Incorporated, and I was was working with the assembly people. I don't recall their names right now because that was several years ago, but usually most of them, and tried to work with them so that we could have a good working relationship, helping one another, and also to have the assembly representative understand what NVE is about.
Thank you. And one last question, please. Can you tell us your relationship with Mr. Leggett?
Mr. Leggett is my cousin. He is and I'll go right through this, my mother's niece's daughter's son. And I have always been in touch with him throughout the years, and I'm very proud of some of the things that he has accomplished, especially being a curator at the Anchorage Museum, and also that he goes out and talks to many community areas, schools, talking about Native Village of Eklutna and our culture and what we are about. I've known him since he was a little boy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Fullenwider, and thank you. I
Ms.
appreciate
Allard.
Madam Chair. I also have other members that I can contact as well to
There
show
are
their
many-
support. So if I could get with Travis and call another witness.
Actually, we've done two now, and we're going to move on. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think this conversation has been enlightening. I think, for me, sort of number one lesson learned from this conversation is that we as a body still have a lot to learn about Indigenous sovereignty and about the way that our tribal governments work in Alaska. And so I definitely look forward to us continuing that learning with the Native Village of Eklutna. But for me, this amendment, I think it's conflating issues a bit. What this ordinance seeks to do is provide a little bit of wiggle room with regard to the point of contact. But I think what I'm hearing folks want to do is actually being able to represent and work with the Native Village of Eklutna. And I think those are sort of two separate things, right? The point of contact, as the chair talked about earlier, is about sort of coordinating the meetings and sort of working in between the meetings. And I think it's important, especially considering that this is a government-to-government equal partner relationship, that those points of contact as much as possible be the top of the executive, the top of the legislative. And right now, that is a member representing South Anchorage, who is the top of the legislative. So for me, that is the point of this ordinance. I think what this amendment is bringing in seems to me like a passion, a desire to work very closely with the Native Village of Eklutna, not to be left out of the conversation. And, my response to that is I don't think there's anything that's leaving out the Chugach Eagle River representatives or any member of this body from being a part of the conversation. We have biannual meetings. I think our next one's going to be in a few weeks, right, Madam Chair? Sometime in June, I believe, is going to be our next joint government-to-government meeting between the Native Village of Eklutna and the Municipality of Anchorage. And, the last one we had, I think, was very fruitful. We had members from most of the districts there. I don't know if all of the districts were represented at that meeting. And after that meeting occurred, I followed up with Mr. Leggett and with one of the tribal members about an issue that I was really interested in working with them on. And we all have the ability to do that, sort of regardless of whether you are that point of contact or not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I'm hoping we can get through these next two folks and vote. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say just a few things. First, I want to apologize to Aaron Leggett. This is not how a government-to-government relationship should be done. This was a very disrespectful display that is exactly why we need to learn more about sovereignty and about how government-to-government relationships should work. Second, I again feel like we need to move forward and we need to ensure that the point of contact from each branch of our government and the tribe are the people who are the decision makers and who are really the ones who are leading those different branches. And so lastly, for those of you who have not attended the government-to-government meetings, I would encourage you to attend and to participate in those because they're very productive, and I look forward to more of those meetings moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Price?
Yeah, this is just more of a point of inquiry. I was just curious. I think Perez-Verdia was completely right in that this is supposed to be a designee, as many members have mentioned. This is more of the logistics of how to organize a meeting. But it doesn't seem like anyone on the Assembly wants to exclude the District 2 members from participating. So I was just curious, in the meetings in the last, or you said you have them twice a year, do we have the minutes on what members were allowed to participate and how that information is transferred to the members of District 2? Are they completely welcome to participate in those meetings?
I'm happy to respond to Ms. Price's question. Yes, every Assembly member is invited to the meetings. The members of the administration are invited as well. The calendar invite will automatically show up on Assembly member calendars. And as Mr. Rivera mentioned, and as I noted earlier, there are often follow-up items that occur where members of the Assembly and members of the Native Village of Eklutna work together on, and there is nothing precluding the Native Village of Eklutna and the Assembly from establishing committees or task forces to work together on specific items, whether that's by district or broader, or from a broader perspective. Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. The vote on the amendment is 4-5. The youth members' vote, preferential vote, is yes. The motion fails. We now have before us the ordinance as amended. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-61 as amended. The vote is 9-0. The youth members' preferential vote is yes. The motion passes. We now have before us item 14C, resolution number AR 2022-159, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage seeking Assembly approval to amend the management agreement with the Anchorage Convention and Visitors Bureau for the management and operation of the William A. Egan and Denina Civic and Convention Centers. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. Anyone at all? Please come forward. If there's anyone who wants to speak, please form a line behind the podium. Welcome.
Niall Sherwood Williams. So I noticed over the weekend when I was driving downtown that a large area, 7th Avenue, in and around the municipality was blocked off. People were parking everywhere, all over the sidewalk. There was people running amok, enjoying their time. But my concern was the closure of the street and the impact on emergency services. As you can see, you just passed a emergency ordinance without public comment tonight, 9-0. So getting back to the ordinance before us, why were members of the public, why was this event? It appeared to be that it was on City Hall property. Was it sanctioned and allowed? Why were they allowed to have this event blocking off that part and also the part by Willowa and by that pizza joint that's there that always has cold pizza? So another thing, my wife and I, back when they were going to have this rock concert at Denina Center, we were hired as bartenders to work there, but they required us to show papers stipulating whether or not we had taken an injection. We chose to decline to show those papers under our right to privacy and to not proceed with the employment agreement. But now that the city is contracting with this same, I think it's SMG or SMH Global, SMG Global, you've given them city funds now. They violated mine and my wife's right to be able to, as Mr. Constant said, the right to commerce, my right to earn a living, my right to earn about $1,500 plus the right of my wife to earn about the same during a time where all the restaurants were closed down due to your voting. Who's getting the money in this situation? I think you should sell the convention center and stop using a private business and mixing it up with government.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-159. The vote is 9-0. The youth member's preferential vote is yes. The motion passes. We now have before us item 14D, resolution number AR 2022-164, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $637,432.97 of area-wide general fund balance to the area-wide general fund within the Chief Fiscal Officer Department of Funds from a Facility and Lease Trust Agreement Program for outstanding and anticipated expenses related to the sale of municipal light and power to Chugach Electric Association and reappropriating an amount not to exceed $637,400 of any unused FLTA funds as a contribution from the area-wide general fund to the MOA Trust Fund Corpus.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward and state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. Are you coming forward to testify? Okay. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Is there any discussion? Mr. Cross?
Thank you. Just for clarification, as a new guy here. So the sale of municipal light and power went into a trust fund, and we get a capped earning of 4%. Is this what we're talking about? Is this the 4% earnings that we received off that fund, and that money is being used to cover the expenses of the sale? Is that my understanding?
Thank you, Mr. Cross. To
Thank you,
the
through the chair.
administration, Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you, Chair. The CFO, Travis Frisk, is on the bridge line. Mr. Cross, if you could just restate your question, maybe a little louder so he can hear you, but then he should be able to respond for you.
Thank you. I'm just getting over some laryngitis, so I appreciate that. Yes, my question is regarding these funds here, just so I'm clear, is that the sale of ML&P went into a trust fund that's capped at 4% earnings a year. Is that these funds were designating those earnings from the interest off the trust fund in order to cover the cost of sale? Is this money being withdrawn from the fund? I want to be clear of where the $637,400 is coming from. Or is it coming from the 101 fund? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Through the chair, Travis Frisk, CFO. The funds that we're talking about in 14D are actually residual proceeds from the sale and of ML&P. They are not any interest dividends from the trust. This is money that was withheld from the sale to pay off debt and pay closing costs associated with finalizing the ML&P sale. This $637,000, I'm sorry, I don't have the number right in front of me because I'm talking through the phone, but this money was used last year and as we were settling out the sales, the finalized process of the sale of ML&P. And we had some invoices roll into the 2022 year because we didn't finalize the final portion of the sale until December of last year. So this money is a roll forward into 2022, a reappropriation, I should say, into 2022 to allow us to pay some additional invoices that are coming. And once those invoices are done and the sale is finalized in the accounting process, whatever is left will be transferred back out of the fund into the MOA trust fund where it will reside in perpetuity.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Thank you, Mr. Frisk. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-164. The vote is 9-0. The youth member's preferential vote is yes. The motion passes. We now have before us item 14E, resolution number AR 2022-161, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 local fiscal recovery funds in an amount of $47,376,742 and allocating to projects and programs when tendered to the Federal Direct Grants Fund 241900 Office of Management and Budget. Public testimony on this, Ms. Quinn, in the queue for after. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record. And if you could, there you go.
Niall Sherwood Williams. In response to 2022-161, my testimony is pretty simple. Take the check through the chair to the clerk, issue a notice to the CFO, cut a check for this amount, send it back to the Treasury. Don't take the money. Don't take the blood money. I repeat, send the terrorist funds back to DC. I know you all have so many pet projects that you have been waiting, you've been salivating for this money for a long time. You've been waiting, robbing from Peter to pay Paul, non-competitive land sales. The last one before you just voted through 9-0, more money laundering out of the Chugach power sale, ML&P, dating all the way back to through the chair, who's now representing you, Bill Falsey, the former municipal manager, Anna Henderson. The whole racketeering and conspiracy comes full circle. Send the money back to the federal government. $47,376,742 that everyone in this room is going to have to pay for. It's going to come out of the sweat, the blood, all the time that people spend away from their families, working hard.
Mr. Williams, please direct your comments to those on the dais.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for correcting me on that. $3 million for increased fuel costs. How much of that is due to muni tax? 150 G's for Anchorage Fire Department for lost overtime. More money laundering. 300 grand to AFD. Oh, where's the beauty for the police department on here? I know they have one. We gotta have them on here. There's gotta be at least one. Navigation Center, 10 grand to 250,000 for Joe Greaseball Geraci. That man has no business managing that money.
Madam Chair, point of
Please
order.
refrain from calling people names, Mr. Williams. And hold on one moment. Ms. Allard, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You addressed it.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
$400,000 for firewall replacements. So when the stream went down, was that because you didn't have enough money for firewalls? Send the money back to the federal government where the hell it belongs and stop stealing money from our kids and from the kids and the grandkids of this city. Let me correct myself. There is no our children.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Good evening. My name is Louis Imbriani from Eagle River. Question about the funds. The $2.5 million that's allocated to the Sullivan Arena to get it fixed and up and running again, is that an actual quote? Will that actually bring it up to workable facility? Will that get us the damaged chairs, boards, concrete, sewage system back up and running? I just ask if that's actually been quoted and looked at, because from when I went in there a couple days ago, I don't know if that'll cut it. Also on the Parks and Rec budget, a lot of this money is going to other projects. There still hasn't been any type of tax relief or full tax relief to those that have been damaged by the shutdowns. I know that for me personally, I compared my adjusted gross from 2020, 2021, and 2022, and there was a $90,000 discrepancy after working 3 jobs. That's me personally. I know that there are some that are far worse off than I was, and I'm grateful for the position that I was in, but I have been trying to get some sort of mortgage relief for covering for the renters that I housed during that time, because they did not get the full housing assistance, and I was left on the hook for that. And I'm still trying to get that mortgage assistance still. And all of this money is going towards projects and beautifications when we're in a recession, people are struggling, and we're still trying to recover from the actions that were taken 2 years ago. So is this appropriated properly to help people, or to make the municipality look better while the people are still struggling? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
A motion to postpone indefinitely has been made by Ms. Quinn-Davidson and seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yeah, this is really just a procedural vote. We now have a proposal put forward by the administration here, that's 14E. And then we have probably 200, I haven't counted them, but 200 applications, how we could also spend this ARPA money. And so this body is meeting on Thursday for 6 hours. Maybe we'll need to meet further to go through some of those applications. And we've been working with the administration. I was just emailing with Ms. Johnson a moment ago to make sure that they're there to answer questions and go through their proposal as well. So I recommend that we postpone this one indefinitely, and then on June 7th, when we bring back our package, we can take some from both potentially and bring one package rather than having two items out there. So really just for process sake. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Cross?
Yes, thank you, and I'd look to postpone indefinitely. I would encourage you to look at the work sessions. Know that we are intentionally looking to take these federal dollars that are being offered us and focus on those things to fight the effects of inflation. I mean, you could, in a way, it's being propagated by inflation because government can't default on debt, therefore it ends up inflating. However, it is the intention of taking these funds that have been allocated to us and targeting those things where they hurt most, okay? And that this is next round of funds. So just know that there are many here on this diocese up here who hear you and understand how important it is that we invest wisely in the future of our economy and not just to every hand that is open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Thank you. I think Mr. Cross probably hit some of the points that I was wanting to add to Ms. Quinn-Davidson, but just I would also encourage the public to listen in on the work sessions that we're going to do. I think we so far have developed a set of criteria that has been agreed upon by the entire body, and we're going to use that as a way to look at each one of these proposals to make sure that they're wise investments. So I would encourage the public to stay involved and know that I think the process we've developed so far is going to be thoughtful and ensure that the funds are allocated in a responsible way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we have a lot. And quite a bit of applications came through from Chugach Eagle River as well, and I believe everybody up on the body is looking to support those who are most in need. I did want to say that the rental assistance is still out there. As far as being able to do homeowners relief, I don't believe federally that's allowed, but I do want Mr. Ibriani to talk to me and we could figure out something else. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members, go ahead, Mr. Cross.
Thank you. And Ms. Allard just pointed this out to me, and I apologize if this is out of order, but it is really important for the gentleman who gave public testimony. Please look into the new landlord and property owner relief through United Way. It's to help property owners just like the gentleman who spoke in regards to individuals who didn't pay rent, things like that. There's a new program that's been rolled out through United Way. Just learned about it, probably came out 2 or 3 weeks ago. Hardly any of the public know it. I would encourage you, if you experience hardship as a landlord from those things, look into the United Way program. I'm really happy to see that rolling out to help landlords. Thank you for allowing me to interrupt.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. That's important information. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely AR 2022-161. The vote is 9-0. The youth member's preferential vote is yes. The motion passes. We now have before us item 14F, ordinance number AO 2022-54, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage amending the Anchorage 2040 land use plan map to change the land use designation of one parcel from compact mixed residential low to compact mixed residential medium for Alaska State Survey number 97-10, Raspberry Road Municipal Land Selection Site, Lot 4.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. State your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Sean Debenham, and this ordinance pertains to us. So with Debenham LLC, it's good to be here tonight. Debenham LLC is a property management, development, and we've been doing things here since the 1960s. And this particular piece of land is 2¼ acres. It's owned by the Heritage Land Bank. It has substantial poor soils on it. It's about 14 feet of peat. But we're familiar with the land because we own the lands just north of it. It's called the Residences at Northwood. It's a 54-unit apartment complex. And so we're looking to expand the Residences at Northwood South onto this particular parcel. But in order to do so, we need to rezone it from R1 to R3, which allows us the sufficient density that we need to make it pencil. We work well at the Sand Lake Community Council. This is the 4th rezone that we've done with them over the years. Every time we've been fully supported by the Sand Lake Community Council, and we've been fully supported by the Planning and Zoning Commission as well. And so we feel like this is a good thing to do. It's a benefit to the Sand Lake community, and it's a benefit to us, so it's kind of a win-win situation. So with that, if there's any questions, I can certainly answer those, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Sean, when you get this development going, I might have missed it. How many units are you thinking that these lots will add to your project?
We're thinking there'll be 60 townhomes that we're looking at putting on the project.
Is that just on this piece of land, or both your property that you have and this piece of land?
So just this piece of land.
And is this another partnership that you're thinking of where the muni is going to contribute land, or is this something that they're looking to sell and you to buy?
Yeah, so we would be buying the land from Heritage Land Bank. So it wouldn't be a partnership. At least it's not now.
Well, I'm looking forward to more housing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I don't have any other members in the queue, but if you would stick around, there may be more questions during debate. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please line up at the podium. Welcome.
Niall Sherwood Williams, represented by Cameron Perez-Verdia and Austin Quinn Davidson. As this is in our district and still in our district and will always be in District 3. I expect particular representation, and I hope for a robust debate from my members. With regards to the actual sale of this land, this is again probably going to be another non-competitive land bid, so it's a little concerning when you don't put things out on the general market. This is a public good, the Heritage Land Bank. You don't put it out on the public stage for bid. Living in West Anchorage, the residences at Northwood, they're not affordable. They don't fall within the affordable bracket. So I heard no discussion about affordable housing, so I hope to hear some things about that. 60 townhomes don't sound like affordable housing to me. In your own document, looking at AM232-2022, the citizens can see that on line 24, it says we're going to have a shortage of 7,900 dwelling units over the next 20 years. So that means we have to build 395 per year, or 32 a month. That's a lot to churn out. Here's 60. That accounts for 1/6 of your yearly goal. Accessory dwelling units are also not addressed in this ordinance, and it's been a major topic that no one's really thinking about. Very big matter of concern, because we know that you're going to try and grab more tax from that at a certain point. We've been hearing that Tesla's sending out a lot of tweets, right? Why is he doing that? Tesla houses, 15 grand, and all your wildest dreams can come true. You can have the American dream. Line 32, this ordinance has no private sector economic effects and local government effects are less than 30,000 pursuant to AMC 2.30.050.B.1. A summary of economic effects is not required. We see Ms. McLaughlin and Mr. Lyon, both signed their name to the bottom. Continuing on, Trombley, Frasca, Burkt, Domboski, and Bronson, signing their name on. No economic impact, and you're going to build 60 houses? Really?
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Debenham, one last question. Thanks. So is it going to be in the same style as the other two buildings that are there?
Slightly different in that they're townhomes. So townhomes tend to be next door to one
Like
another
row
as
houses.
opposed to a more traditional apartment style, but they'll be incorporated into the residences at Northwood.
I know, so it'll be kind of generally look similar though, like as a holistic area, because I will say those are very attractive buildings you've put in there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez-Verdia, I think you accidentally got bumped out of the queue.
I did. Thank you for noticing. Thank you for being here. Just a couple questions for you. Can you just give us some information about potential unit cost and unit size?
Yeah, you bet. I'm actually
I'm saying
building,
cost. So these are, I'm sorry, let me clarify. Are these only available for purchase? Is that correct?
They're not. So my particular company does rentals,
Right.
and so they're apartments.
Right. So if you
these
could just give us
60
an approximate cost per month and then size. Thanks.
Sure. So the rental cost that we're looking at for a two-bedroom would be about $2,000 a month.
And what are the different sizes available?
So just to be clear, we're very preliminary in the design process, and so it's very hard to kind of put numbers out there, especially with inflation hitting so hard. Just 6 months ago, I would have said that a two-bedroom would have been $1,750, and now we're at $2,000. And so it's difficult to kind of throw things out there unknowns. But so anyway, so probably one or two bedroom units, somewhere between 1,500 to 2,000 square feet, and with rent somewhere between $1,500 to $2,000
Thanks.
Per month.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And then just to clarify, you had said before, this project has been brought before the Sand Lake Community Council, and they're aware of it?
Yes, it has. On December 3rd, and I have it in the packet there, 2021, we met there. There was a lot of people in abundance. They fully vetted it, had great questions. There really wasn't any significant problems that they had with it. They had you'll see them in the packet, but they weren't really significant issues. So.
Yeah, I just want to make sure to get it on the record. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate answering the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Thank you, Mr. Debenham. Ms. Allard, did you take yourself out? Okay, thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-54. The vote is 9-0. The youth member's preferential vote is yes. The motion passes. We now have before us item 14G, ordinance number AO 2022-55, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of approximately 2.25 acres from R1 single-family residential district to R3 mixed residential district for Alaska State Survey number 97-10, Raspberry Road Municipal Land Selection Site, Lot 4.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Sean Debenham with Debenham LLC. The only last thing I would like to put on record is that the Heritage Land Bank did put the parcel out for public to bid on, and I was the only person that bid on the parcel. And so that's just want to make sure that was understood. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. State your name for the record.
Niall Sherwood Williams. Where was that noticed, this sale? Was it noticed in the paper, the ADN, or the Anchorage Press in a traditional public noticing manner? Again, when you put things out for sale, you're selling a public good. You're required to represent our fiduciary interests, the taxpayers, the ones that voted you into the seat, that duly elected you. These community council meetings, they're all being held over Zoom. No in-person access allowed. So you're selling something, you got to get the maximum money you can get. That's your job. You're a corporation, the corporation of the municipality of Anchorage. I'd like for this property to be sold to the highest bidder. And whenever you're selling land, another thing that should be in here, who has the real estate credit on the sell and the buy side? Who's advising and writing up the actual contract? Is that one of your friends that's doing the actual paperwork? And if I'm looking at someone in particular, I'm not pointing you out in particular. Written consent of 51% of the owners of the property. Can we see the signatures, please? Can that be put up on display? The last document that was put before us, it had a bunch of grayscale, and I forgot to bring this up. But when you print this out, it's not clear to the public. Members of the public that can't see color, have trouble with vision, and you have a little legend on here, and you're trying to print this little document, or you're in room 155 over at City Hall trying to have some meeting, and you're putting a presentation up on the board, and the public can't see it, that's a problem. There's been ordinances tonight where you have a previous one up on the board, matter of concern. Get the highest money for our land if you're going to sell it. I don't want you to sell it because now's not the time to sell it. Land's going up, not down. Look at your property tax bill. Guarantee you your home's value went up and the land's value went up.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-55. The vote is 9-0. The youth member's preferential vote is yes. The motion passes. We now have before us item 14H. There's a clerk's note on the agenda. It is Assembly Leadership's intent to continue the public hearing on this item to a future date. Ordinance number AO 2022-17, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the Municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter to support and advance early childhood education, dedicate the net proceeds of the current retail marijuana sales tax to this purpose, and accepting the marijuana tax from the tax increase limitation tax cap. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak?
Madam Chair, I'd move to continue this public hearing to August, is it the 9th?
Mr. Perez-Verdia, did you have any date in mind?
Yep, July 26th.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. July 26th.
So a motion is on the floor to continue the public hearing to the meeting of July 26. It has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Constant or Mr. Presverdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, work continues on this, and we just need a little bit more time and intend on bringing it forth for a work session and bringing it to the meeting of July 26th for public testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Presverdia. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to continue the public hearing to the meeting of July 26, 2022 for AO 2022-17. The vote is 9-0. The youth member's preferential vote is yes. This motion passes. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break before we take up the last item on our agenda. June 1st, to continue the public hearing, we have, we'll move through folks here in the room, and we have, I think, 3 on the phone list. So I'll be pulling, just so you know, I'll be pulling out the phone list. So we now have before us item 14I, ordinance number AO 2022-60, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, chapters 3.10, general provisions, and 27.20, supervisory boards, and sections 2.70.030 and 29.10.060 to fulfill the requirement of Anchorage Municipal Charter, section 7.01B, that the Assembly by ordinance must establish specific procedures for removal of an elected official for breach of the public trust. There is an S version available, and again, it is the intent of the chair to set a special meeting for June 1st to continue the public hearing. So welcome, please come forward and state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jade Bear, and I'm 16. I am here to testify against this ordinance because I feel that as the Assembly, you are supposed to represent us. I have a question. How many in the audience has a sign that says to change the Assembly, not the mayor, or along those lines? Who agrees with that? Raise your hand. That is majority. That is the people who you represent. And you are going against that. The mayor is one mayor that is actually representing us as the people, who cares what we think, our interests, problems that we feel are more important, and he fights to represent us. You are trying to cut him because he wants to represent us, and you want to represent yourselves. He has vetoed budget cuts, or he's vetoed budgets that we don't have the money for, that you have tried to create that is way out of budget. And it's not a breach of public trust. That is just what you want to call it to make it look worse than it is, because you don't agree with his budget cuts. He sits there and actually listens to us. I can't name half of you who actually sit here and listen to us. You might look us in the eyes and act like you're listening, but you have a supermajority where your mind is made up. There's maybe 3 assembly members who disagree with the supermajority, and you use bully tactics to pressure them into agreeing with you. Jamie Allard is one of them. That's why she was reelected. But people who were going to replace some of these assembly members were not elected because you put into people's minds that you were going to do something that you promised but won't fulfill. I came and testified in November against the masks. How many of you fought for that but aren't wearing them anymore? The person who made that emergency ordinance isn't even here. Mayor Bronson tried to fight that, vetoed it, and you overrode him because you found loopholes to create yourself to be something bigger than you are. You represent us and still disagree with the people.
Thank you for your testimony. And again, members in the audience, please refrain from clapping. Would you please come back to the podium? I know you couldn't hear because of the noise. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you.
It's okay. It helps my ego.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard, with your clarifying question, please.
Could you please clarify your age?
I'm 16.
Thank you. I'm very proud of your testimony tonight.
Thank you.
Ms. Price, ma'am, would you please stay at the podium? Again, folks in the audience, please stop clapping. It's very disrespectful to the public testimony process. Ms. Price?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Jade Bear. So you are 16, so you can't vote yet. You couldn't vote for mayor. So why are you interested? How do you see this impacting the future of Anchorage?
Although I am 16 and I cannot vote, my dad has encouraged me to get into politics around where I live so that when I am able to vote and I do grow up, I have the knowledge to research things and actually put an opinion to something instead of listening to majority. I very much care about my future, what I'm going to do, what's going to happen. So I feel like being here and testifying and proving that youth also cares about our future is going to not only better me, but better cutting the assembly.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Mariner. I'm from District 6. I'm represented by Randy Solt. Previously, Ms. LaFrance, you dismissed the two of us who were in line, and I'd like to clarify that we were not trying to defy your instructions. We just weren't clear on the protocol. So I would have appreciated instructions rather than scolding. As I mentioned, my name is Ruth. I'm here tonight to state my opposition to the Ordinance 2022-60. In general, this ordinance gives the Assembly power it does not possess through the Charter. We're not a people who should be governed by your inquisition or your dissatisfaction with the mayor. He was duly elected. By the way, I didn't vote for Mr. Bronson. Sorry. My guy lost. So I'm not here because I want to represent the mayor. I'm here because this is very dangerous precedent for the Assembly to take power that is not theirs. There are ways that this happens. I'm very curious about the timing of this because on October 15th of 2020, Ethan Berkowitz resigned in shame while not being accused of committing any crime. That was the opportunity for this Assembly to address concerns about mayoral breach of public trust. So the timing doesn't make sense to me. It feels like a power grab. More troubling to me is the fact that there is a lot of conflict of interest in this ordinance. Let me jump to the notes I wrote here. It's being proposed and pursued by members of this Assembly who have a serious conflict of interest. It is a vindictive measure by those who lost the election to Bronson. Bill Falsey lost to Bronson and has a stunning conflict of interest and should not be participating in this. Mr. Dunbar would have to remove himself from voting on this ordinance since he directly lost to Mayor Bronson. That's a conflict of interest. I believe Ms. Quinn Davidson would also have to recuse herself from voting since she was an unelected mayor for 8 months because the Assembly failed to follow the charter. I also believe Ms. LaFrance would have to disqualify herself from voting since she would directly basically vote herself into the position of mayor should this Assembly find something they don't agree with. So that troubles me. But it's not just about this period of time. It's about the future. This body does not have the right or the authority to govern in this matter. When a mayor is duly elected, the people decide, and there are recall processes when the people are unhappy. So Bronson 1, cooperate with him and let him lead. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Go ahead with your clarifying question, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You had mentioned Mr. Berkowitz.
I did.
Do you believe that based on what you saw that anybody on this body would have asked Mr. Berkowitz to resign based on the information that the public had seen?
I don't do a lot of social media, but I do believe that members of this body lauded Mr. Berkowitz upon his exit.
I knew about Mr. Berkowitz in the picture since July of 2020, and I said nothing. And I knew enough to know that the truth was going to come out. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Jesse Packer. I'm in District 5, Forest Dunbar. Madam Chair and Assembly members, Mayor Bronson, thank you for this opportunity. You know, I find the ordinance very interesting, and the reason why is that we're going to take 6 public members, or I mean 6 assembly members, who say they're going to look at the mayor and they're going to determine he has breached public trust. Therefore, you are stepping yourselves into as a representative public. We are no longer the public. I hold in my hand here the right to us on Anchorage Charter, Section 303. These are the recall procedures. It was very nice that the lady before me at the first testimony had brought up that she had posted 12 recall applications. Exercising her right. Not too long ago, that same right was exercised by a group of people trying to recall Meg Zautel. And apparently the recall effort failed with Democracy Won. That simple. I didn't like it. I don't have a dog in that fight, but it's interesting that that was the purpose of the charter, or the section. So it was very good. This was designed in the apparent wisdom by the people who founded our state and our country. The separation of powers was logically there for that very reason, overreaching government. Civil discourse is so important to our country, so much so that we even had duels of honor early on. Aaron Burr, Vice President, killed Alexander Hamilton. Thank God we're a lot more civil now, because I can see that happening. With the proposed ordinance, so real simple, so here we are with this ordinance. So what we're to understand is the people who originally wrote legislation in the state of Alaska and our country weren't that wise, that we need additional legislation now because all of a sudden already established legislation, the recall effort right in our face with Meg Zautel failed, all of a sudden it's not good enough. I find that very curious. Now, one more person spoke earlier and stated that when Representative Davison was appointed, that it was a breach of public trust because we didn't fully execute the code. And 8 members knowingly and willingly signed on to that. And I would be very interested to see which one of you, I would like somebody to look into this, would be willing to file those papers and support such a motion to recall the individuals because of the public trust you openly violated. You openly violated, so there should be an inquiry into that. That is a documented, offense. And everybody loves the law here. The law is great. We have communities and countries and families built on laws. So I think we should follow that law first, because that's the law we should pursue. Then we can look at if the people who came before us were not intelligent enough to require another law for this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I will move now to the 3 individuals on the phone list, and then we'll come back to in-person testimony. Mr. Turner, if we could call the first person on the list.
Hello?
Hi, is this Vicki Herman?
Yes.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for AO 2022-60. If you go ahead and state your name for the record and your community council or the area of the municipality in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm Vicki Herman. I live in Eagle River.
I am speaking regarding the proposed ordinance that would empower the Assembly to remove a duly elected mayor and replace with a person of their choosing. Who do you think you are? This ordinance, even for this far-left Assembly, is an overreach of power. The mayor is an elected position. Whether you like the outcome or not, the people elected Mayor Bronson. There is already a process to remove a mayor through recall if the citizens, not the Assembly, deem it necessary. This ordinance is an unprecedented step to give enormous power to 6 members of the Assembly to invalidate the vote of the people. No other Assembly has felt it necessary to pass an ordinance outlining the removal process for a mayor in 45 plus years, so why now? This ordinance has been introduced by an Assembly member, Mr. Constant, who wants more control and power, is seeking attention, and needs to be in the spotlight to further his political aspirations. Mr. Constant has proven himself to be unprofessional and petty by his conduct towards Mrs. Allard and Mayor Bronson in the past, and this is his way of whining over Mr. Dunbar losing to Mayor Bronson. Although this ordinance has been introduced as not being directed specifically at Mayor Bronson, we all know that it is. It is written to further divide our city by the radical leftist Assembly members. No matter what Mayor Bronson tries to do, whether good or bad, you have a knee-jerk reaction and will take the opposite stance out of spite. Your left-wing politics are rooted in the idea that those who oppose your favored policies must be destroyed with any tool at hand. There's always been a difference between Republicans and Democrats. That's what our country was founded on. We are free to choose our sides, and we are free to speak our opinions. But now you want to strip us of those rights and not let our opinions and vote matter. This was just exhibited tonight by the earlier request by Jamie Allard to extend the public comment period by 21 minutes, and that this item was put near the last of the agenda to ensure people wouldn't be available to testify. You don't want to hear from the public. You are destroying your own party by your radical far-left ideology that is dividing our country and our city. We don't want you dictating mask mandates, closing businesses, and telling us that men can have babies. In the best interest of the city's citizens of Anchorage, I ask this ordinance not be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll go to the next person on the list.
Hi, this is Kim.
Hi, Ms. Hunt.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for AO 2022-60.
I submitted written testimony, and then I emailed you all, and I emailed, I'm going to skip tonight. I've already submitted written testimony.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a nice evening. Let's go ahead and try to get the third person on.
Welcome to the voicemail of...
Thank you, Mr. Turner. We'll go back to in-person testimony. And I just want to note those folks who are in line, and I assume you are all in line for testimony, I just ask that folks who are not in line for testimony either take a seat or stand in the back so that we don't block the aisle. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Again, Chichi Dashi Iji Stephen Holly Echelon, Takonka Iga Echelon. I live in West Anchorage, the Turnagain Arm area, or the Turnagain area. And I'm a voter. I enjoy that right. I actually teach kids too. Not about my job, I volunteer. This is my home. I teach kids of this community that their families have always been here, and to newcomers. It's very important that we get a chance to vote. We, the people, the decision makers in this room, have decided that we wanted Dave Bronson to be our mayor. We decided it. Now you want to tell me that you want the right to be able to take him out of seat? What point do I have to teach the kids that I influence that they have a right to vote, that their voice matters, when you can tear it down just because of your discretion on what is a breach of trust? So, since we are talking about trust, the trust of this community, one that I work for day in, day out, and if you want my track record, I'm sorry you have to ask. You must not be in the community to be able to see me. Who do I trust on this board? You try to stop us earlier from talking, it would seem. I'm not going to make that claim. But when we were up for a vote to be able to have time to discuss this matter recently, at a time when our minds were more sharp, we've actually had time to consider, and we haven't been dragged out by all these other discussions. 3 of you voted no, and that destroyed our chance. 3 people didn't want to hear from the people. Now you want the right to be able to choose who our mayor is? Breach of trust? I'd say there has been one, but I don't think it was with the mayor. Chanan.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Price has a clarifying question for you. Ms. Price?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through the chair. You said that you work with children, so I was just curious. You talked about the impact it may have on them. Do you think that this resolution, if passed, would harm the youth's view of their local government?
Definitely. I work with kids because they keep on showing up and they're looking for a place to have some sort of institutional support. I did not willingly work with them. They keep on showing up because they want somewhere to show up. They need somewhere to trust. And if they can't trust that their own voice matters, I don't know what your understanding of trust is, but that's not it.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Ms. Price. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live. The green, but there you go.
Thank you. My name is Mario Bird. I'm an attorney in private practice here in Anchorage. My representatives are Mr. Rivera and Ms. Zalatel. I'd like to comment on some of the legal issues that I've seen in the most recent version of the proposed ordinance. I was not able to attend the work session on Friday, but I've reviewed the video. 3 things. Number 1, the mental state. Number 2, the failure to faithfully execute. That's only in the mayoral provision. And then 3rd, in general, outsourcing things to an arbitrator. So the mental state, as I heard Mr. Gates on Friday, is willful and knowing breach of duty or culpable indifference to official duties may constitute a breach of public trust. His due process concerns should make that a high threshold. The problem is, I didn't hear him address why the word may was used. May is a sufficient condition but not a necessary condition. In other words, if there's a real concern over due process, there's no necessity to prove willful and knowing breach or culpable indifference if there's may. The Assembly could fix that just by putting only at the beginning. I think there was another amendment in that second version that had only tied to may in a second section. The second is the idea that the mayor can breach the public trust by failure to faithfully execute the directives of duly enacted ordinance. It's obvious the charter lays on the mayor the responsibility of faithful execution of the laws, but that doesn't mean the legislative branch can commandeer the power of execution. I mentioned this case back in September when I was addressing the mask mandate. To interfere with prosecutorial discretion would be a violation of separation of powers. Both federal and state court have consistently and carefully observed that line. That's the Public Defender Agency versus the Superior Court through a judicial district. Citations I'm sure Mr. Gates has. It's true that the Alaska Supreme Court has recently said in the recall Dunleavy case that an allegation of an executive not faithfully executing the laws might be a grounds for recall, but remember, the backstop of the recall Dunleavy case was the idea that it's the responsibility of the voters to make that decision in light of the charges. It's not the role of elections officials to take the matter out of the voters' hands, and that's case law from the early 80s, the Miners versus Bering Strait School District. The third thing I'd like to address is a more general matter of outsourcing impeachment to an arbitrator. If there's a separation of powers issues in this ordinance, this is one that I'd look at. Impeachment trials are supposed to be conducted by the elected members of the legislative branch. Mr. Gates mentioned on Friday there's a high due process threshold for elected officials, but also for the voters who elect that official. That possibly raises an Article 1, Section 2 claim under our state constitution. That's the one that talks about all the political power originating in the people. So to avoid these dangers, the simple thing is leave it with recall. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. I have 2 members in the queue, 3 members in the queue with clarifying questions. First is Mr. Solt.
So I actually attended a semester of law school and have a lot of respect for lawyers and the pain you went through to get there. So appreciate that.
Sure.
So a couple things. You saw you saw the work session, and there are several questions around defining words, better definitions of words to be put into the AO. And the explanation given was that basically in the eyes of the court or in law, a lot of these words are already well defined. Would you say that breach of public trust is also well defined and doesn't need to be defined here?
Through the chair, I'm sure that there is lots of case law that I haven't looked up. I can tell you that from my brief research, it's almost verbatim right out of the Federalist Papers. Federalist 65, Hamilton talks about breach of public trust. So it's definitely in there, but it is also intentionally vague because, as recognized both in the Federalist Papers and even in the recall Dunleavy case, the courts recognize that this is a political process more than it is like a prosecutor charging somebody and going through the elements of a case.
Okay. Madam Chair, one more.
We're veering into debate a bit, and before we move on, before I go back to you, Mr. Solt, I want to ask the members if anyone wants to move to extend, as it's 6 minutes before 11. Now is the time to do it.
Madam Chair, I'd like to extend until 12 o'clock, please. Midnight.
Okay, a motion is on the floor. It has not been seconded to extend until midnight.
Second.
Okay, moved by Ms. Allard, seconded by Mr. Solt. Seeking unanimous consent. Is there any opposition? There's opposition, so we will go ahead and do a vote on the motion to extend to midnight. I think I just need to. This motion requires 8 votes. The vote is 9-0. We will continue to midnight. The youth members' preferential vote is, again, folks, please refrain from clapping and shouting. I would ask everyone to please hold it down. I will go back to Mr. Solt for a final clarifying question.
My second question is not clarification, so I'll pass.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Solt. And perhaps, sir, if you want to leave your contact information with the clerk to get in touch with Mr. Solt afterwards for further discussion.
Sure.
And then Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today, Mr. Byrd. A couple of questions, and for clarification in regards to public trust. In your opinion, bringing this forward as a AO with the mayor being involved, could we consider that a violation of public trust if this body passes it?
That's a tricky question.
You're an attorney.
So that is true. What Hamilton says in the Federalist is the subjects of jurisdiction when it comes to impeachment, and that's what this ordinance looks like, even though it doesn't say impeach anywhere in it, are those offenses that proceed from misconduct of public men, or in other words, from the abuse or violation of some public trust. So the idea of public trust was well established in Anglo-American jurisprudence even back then. What does that mean? In our federal constitution, it's treason, bribery, high crimes, and misdemeanors. What does that mean for things that happen in this body? It involves an abuse or a misuse of high office. So it's absolutely something that could be applied to any elected official, as I read under the charter and under the code that's already been established that applies to the assembly members and the school board members.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one other question
It needs
for
to be a
clarification.
brief question because we need to be fair in terms of the allocation of time to members of the public.
Madam Chair, in the previous times that we have spoken, you said we are allowed 2 questions, so I'd like to
If they're
follow up.
clarifying questions, go ahead, Ms. Allard. A
Thank you,
clarifying
Madam
question.
Chair. I appreciate
Often
that.
I will ask once again for the audience to please stop shouting. We have rules of decorum, and I have been advised by attorneys that we create an unfair situation when certain members of the public have longer questions from assembly members than others. And so the intent is to keep questions to simple
I would
answers
just like
and
to be
follow up
treated equally.
later.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr.
Go ahead, Ms.
Byrd,
Allard.
my question to you is that you had mentioned Mr. Gates several times in your testimony. Do you believe that we are getting good legal advice?
Mr.
I know I
Gates-
put you on the spot. You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
No, that's fine. Mr. Gates, I don't always agree with what his opinion is, but I always think it's pretty well researched.
Okay, I'm going to stop this line of questioning. That is not a clarifying question.
Actually, it is. I'm directing him exactly what he was speaking on and quoting Mr. Gate in the law. But hey, you discriminate against me all the time. I got it. Thank you. You can put that in the notes too.
Ms. Allard, please refrain from making dilatory
If you
motions
stop
and
being
questions.
biased, I would appreciate that. Thank you. And
If you-
discriminating
Ms.
against fellow assembly
Allard,
members that disagree
you
with
are
you.
out of order.
And I always
We will move
am.
on to Mr.
Thank you for your
Cross.
discrimination.
I move to adjourn.
Appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Okay, we're going to need to take a break if you all don't stop. We are trying... Okay, ma'am, you have been warned. Security, please escort Ms. Allegreza out. No, you were warned before.
earlier.
Your security, first, second, third, fourth, 2, 3, 4, fifth row in the middle, still shouting. Please escort her out. We are going to take a 5-minute break as, go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Constant.
thank you. The body of the public has become so unruly, a motion to adjourn is in order.
Madam Chair.
Is there a second to the
Madam
motion
Chair,
to
point of
adjourn?
inquiry. I just had a point of inquiry. I just want to know, for legal reasons, you have established that you did warn her before removing her. Like previously, this was not just her first warning.
She was identified, yes. I'm responding to your point of order and told to stop shouting, clapping, making
Her
noise.
specifically?
That is correct.
You have evidence.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
I have answered your question, Ms. Price. Thank you for your point of order. Mr. Constant, you made a motion to adjourn. I believe there was a second by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to adjourn. The vote is 6-3. The youth members' preferential vote is no. The motion passes. We are adjourned.